a great day planned for you. A lot of really valuable stuff that is going to make a difference in your life. In fact, Bob's going to be sharing some things today that have dramatically changed his life, and you've probably never heard a lot of it before. And when you do, it is going to shift your life like you wouldn't believe. Before we get into that, though, I want you to get to know Bob a bit better because he's such an amazing person. He's so authentic, and his sole objective in life is to help as many people as possible to live the life that they want to live. And you know what? That's what he's been studying and working at for the past 52 years. That's longer than I've been alive. It's longer than many of you have been alive. Now, first I'm going to start out with some questions for Bob. So here we go. Bob, how did your childhood shape your views on life?
I want to remind you it's not much longer than you've been alive. So don't play that child game with me.
Hey, who's counting?
How did what?
How did your childhood shape your views on life?
My views on life were totally screwed up until I was 26. I was born during a depression. And when I was 5 years old, the Second World War started. And so my dad and all the other dads in the neighborhood all went over to Europe and started to fight a war. And so there wasn't no fathers around, and it was, everybody was scratching, just trying to get by. So, I mean, there was no really focus on the kids and shape their mind. I mean, it was more of a deal, I think, for the mothers to try and put bread and butter on the table. So, you know, I grew up in a pretty small world until I was 26. And the idea of winning or the idea of prosperity, that belonged to other people, not to us. We would refer to rich kids where they had a phone in their house. And if they had a car, they were very, very rich. They did not belong in our neighborhood. So my childhood really didn't have anything to do with the way I'm living now. It had a lot to do with how much I appreciate the way I'm living now. Mm-hmm. But I had to really totally reshape what's going on in here.
So what are some of the key ideas that had to be reprogrammed for you to really go out there and make it happen?
Well, I think the biggest thing that had to be reprogrammed is that most of what we're taught is true is not true. We're raised with a bunch of information that's false. We're raised with the idea. The biggest thing for me was that if you're going to earn a lot of money, you've got to be really smart. I started earning a lot of money, and I knew I wasn't very smart. Another huge concept in our mind was if you're going to get a good job, the idea of having your own company was totally out of the park. But if you're going to get a good job, you've got to have a great formal education. I had 2 months high school. I didn't like school. Nobody taught me to like learning. And so I didn't have any formal education. And so the idea of maybe getting a good job or having a good position, you know, it was for other people. But I found myself owning a company that operated in 7 cities in 3 different countries, earning over $1 million a year, and I think I was so shocked with what was actually happening to me that I've spent from then till now trying to figure it out.
Well, I mean, it is shocking. It's like you went from going downhill in your own words and gaining speed to operating all over the world. That's phenomenal. Yeah. What role did mentors play in that?
Mentors played a huge role. Mm-hmm. And listening, you know, like we're promoting 6 Minutes to Success, listening to material literally changed my life. I have, I should have brought it with me. I have a record player at home, a little portable record player. And I have a record on my mantle in my office. Earl Nightingale's condensed narration of the book Think and Grow Rich. And I drove around with a battery-operated record player playing that record over and over and over. When I first heard it, I was so absolutely fascinated with what he was saying that I couldn't stop listening to it. And I got addicted to listening to what he was talking about. Now, keep in mind, I was listening to the same record over and over and over again. Little did I realize I was reprogramming my mind with Earl Nightingale's philosophy. I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I was doing the very best thing I could do for me at that time. And nobody taught me to do it. So I choose to believe we're guided. I think we're guided. And I believe somebody guided me to do this. And it literally changed my life.
Well, that repetition is such a huge part of it. And school would teach you to not go back and keep repeating the same thing.
School actually, they do it in a roundabout way, and it's not deliberate, but they do not teach repetition. In fact, they teach that repetition is not necessary and is only for slow learners. Now, they don't say that, but that's the impression that you pick up. And yet, repetition is the first law of learning. It is the very first law of learning. If you want to learn something, you want to reprogram your mind, you've got to get involved in repetition. Now, there's only one other way, and that's an emotional impact. Just boom, something very, very dramatic, like a death of a loved one or a horrible accident or something. It's usually negative. It can be positive, because everything that's negative can be positive. It's the law of opposites. But repetition is vitally important. You know, if you're listening right now, and you may be happy enough with your life, but you would really like it to be a lot better than it is, you've got to get involved in repetition. Repetition of information that's going to support the lifestyle that you're imagining. And if you don't, you'll probably keep doing what you're doing, keep getting the same results.
So what were some of the earliest successful things that you did that came about because of your willingness to repeat all that information?
Well, I think the first thing that happened, see, I was broke all the time. I mean, I never had any money. You could buy 5 gallons of gas for $2. And I was forever looking for $2 to get 5 gallons of gas. The idea of filling the tank was, you know, it just wasn't around. So I was always broke. I was earning $4,000 a year, but I owed $6,000. Now, $6,000, you say, is not a lot of money. If you're only earning $4,000, that's a lot of money. And I didn't know it all in one place. I owed it all over the place. So everybody was, where's the money, where's the money? And I used to think I was going to go crazy. I didn't know where the money was. I was working as hard as I could. And so the real stumbling block for me was money. And I never really thought of having a lot of money. The idea maybe of getting out of debt was a dream. But I was given this book. I read this every day. It's you've seen it, it's well beaten up, but it's Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich. And I started to read this, and the man that gave it to me, he said, if you do exactly what I tell you, until you find out I'm lying, or that I don't know what I'm talking about, he said, your life will change. Now, he said, I don't lie, and I do know what I'm talking about. I sat with a young man in my home last week, and he was a bright young guy. He earns over $1 million a year. He's only 21. And he wanted to know if I thought he could take it much higher. I said, you even know you can take it higher. And I'm toying with the idea of coaching him one-on-one. I don't do a lot of that. But I told him, I said, if you do exactly what I tell you, until you find out I'm lying or I don't know what I'm talking about, I'll show you how to earn multi-millions. Because anybody can, and I think he knows it. I think he knows it inside. What he needs is support. You see, I had the support of a man that saw something in me that I couldn't see in myself. And I really didn't believe that I could earn a lot of money. I don't think I even wanted to earn a lot of money. I just wanted to earn enough to take the heat off. But he said, do exactly what I tell you. And one of the things was, he said, read this every day. He said, Napoleon Hill studied 500 of the world's most successful people. And he put their philosophy, he said there was a golden thread running through their life. And he put it in this book. So he said if he spent his whole life studying them and putting this philosophy together, he said, I think it would be a prudent move on your part if you spent your whole life trying to understand and apply what he's put in here. And so that's what I've done.
So you've been reading that book for 52 years. And I think it'd be really interesting for people to hear, like, what kinds of jobs were you doing when you started reading this book, and then how did that evolve over the next year and 2 and 3 and 4 years?
Well, I was prepared to do anything honest to earn money. I was, I don't think I've ever answered this question before. I was on the fire department, so it was a great job to have other jobs because you're 24 on, 24 off. You have a lot of time off. I started working in a variety store for the man who was my father-in-law. He's gone now, for $1 an hour. And I told him it was to help him out. It was for the $1 an hour. I was making flower boxes that you could hang on the apartment balconies.
Really?
And I was selling them. I started cleaning floors, and I was painting houses.
Gee.
I thought the answer was more work. Now, I actually learned working is the worst way to earn money. But I had all these jobs. I would go from one to the other. And one day I decided that cleaning floors was where I was earning the most money. So I thought, that's what I'm going to do. So I eventually quit all the other jobs, and it was a tough thing to do because I was earning money at them. And I started cleaning floors. And I thought the answer was get another office to clean. And one day, I passed out on the street. And I woke up, and I looked up, and there was a great big cop looking at me. And then I saw a crowd of people around me. It was scary. Yeah. I guess somebody thought I had died. And then I saw a couple of guys with stretchers. And, of course, they were going to take me to a hospital. And I regained consciousness, and I finally talked them out of taking me to the hospital. I talked the police out of leaving me, and I took off. And I sat down, and I thought, there's something I'm doing that's wrong. Now, in this book, he said, if you're one of those people who believe that hard work and honesty alone will bring riches, perish the thought it's not true. He said, riches, when they come in huge quantities, are never the result of hard work. Riches come, if they come at all, in response to definite demands based on definite principles and not by chance or luck. I had to make definite demands, and I had to follow definite principles. Now, I was really studying this, and of course I had the help of my mentor, my coach. And I went away and I sat down, and I thought, I'm doing this wrong. And something, it was like a little voice in my head said, if you can't clean all of them, don't clean any of them. So I got all dressed up, and I got other people cleaning offices. And you know, in less than 5 years, I was cleaning offices in Toronto, Montreal, Boston, Cleveland, Atlanta, and London, England. Now, you say, well, how did you pick those cities? I don't know. I just arbitrarily picked them. I always wanted to find out what England was like, so I went and opened a company. And that's the way I was operating. And I was so busy doing what I was doing, I wasn't paying attention to what I was earning. And one day, the lights come on, and I settled down, and I realized I was earning a lot of money. And that's when I started to think, a lot of things I've been taught are not true. See, we're raised with the idea, and I don't know as anybody tells us this, but it's certainly implied that there's some people that are better than others. You would know this better than me, but society in general think that men are more valuable than women. Women earn about 70% of men. Now, for the life of me, I never figured that out. Women pretty well run our company. As you know, you're running it with a bunch of other women. But people are essentially all the same. Like, I work all over the world. So I work in China and Russia and Asia and South America and North America and Europe. And I have found the only difference in one place and another is the culture. And culture's habit. Culture's nothing but group habit. And when you get past the group habit or the culture, people are essentially the same.
Bob, I want to come back to something you said. You said that working is the worst way to earn money. I mean, for most people, when you hear that, you think, what? What is he talking about? When you started developing your cleaning business, did you stop working in the concept you're talking about?
Well, no. I'm working right now. If we look at society's concept of going to work. But I love what I'm doing. I mean, I just love what I do. I love working at this. So I think you're working when you're doing something you don't really enjoy. When you don't really want to go there. When if somebody said, listen, whatever you're earning, we'll give you the money, just stay home, do whatever you want. I think most people stay home and do whatever they want. I don't think people are doing what they really love doing when they think of how to spend their days. Like, I spend my days doing what I absolutely love, and that's the work I'm involved in. So I think work is when you're doing something that you don't really love. When you love doing it, you never have to work again.
You know,
that's the difference.
That makes me think, you always get the question, how do you get balance in your life? And that ties into what you're talking about.
Well, balance is a bunch of jazz. I mean, you hear people talk about balance, and it's usually some philosophical thing that they've got involved. You know, you should work for 8 hours, sleep for 8 hours, play for 8 hours. Well, if I was sleeping for 8 hours and playing for 8 hours, I'd be so out of balance because I'd be so damn unhappy. I think you're balanced when you're doing what you love. Yeah. Hell, I'm 80 on my next birthday, and I'm as healthy as a horse, and I'm going like a rocket. So, I mean, I must be reasonably well balanced. I think you're balanced when you spend your days doing what you love to do.
Okay, so you were back, you developed this worldwide cleaning business. How did you segue from that into personal development?
I woke up one day, I put my feet on the floor, and I said, I'm not going back there anymore. I realized the business was doing very well. But it was doing well because I never talked to the cleaners about cleaning. I would talk to them about what their goal was, how much they wanted to earn. I subcontracted everything. I didn't have any hourly paid cleaners. I did that at first, then I realized that wasn't a good way to do it. So I would put people in the cleaning business. I managed it. It was all under my company. So I was working with entrepreneurs back in the 60s in a number of different cities and in different countries. And I talked to them about their goals. I'd give them Earl Nightingale's records. And I would be on the phone talking about their goals. We would have meetings and getting people excited about themselves. I was doing then what I'm doing now. Every now and then I got interrupted with cleaning. And I realized that cleaning offices was almost incidental to what I was doing. I was involved in this business. And I woke up one day and I thought, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to work in this business. I'm going to go to work with Earl Nightingale.
So what did you do when you first got into it?
I wanted to work with Nightingale Conan, and they said the only way you can work with us is to become a distributor. And so, okay, I'll become a distributor. I bought a distributorship. I think it was $5,000. This was well back in the mid-'60s. And I had a whole bunch of records and books. I thought I better learn how to sell this or I'm going to eat it. And that's how I got into this business. But I became very successful at selling it. First of all, I was going around, I was trying to sell records of a man talking to you. Now, the public were interested in records where people sang to you. And you could buy a big record, a long playing record, for 75 cents. I was selling 12 small records for $250. People were looking at me like I was crazy. And so finally one day it dawned on me. I heard Elmer Wheeler on a record. He was a great speaker. And he said, people don't buy quarter-inch drills because they want quarter-inch drills. They buy quarter-inch drills because they want quarter-inch holes. Ding, ding, ding. He said, sell the sizzle, not the steak. So I put the records away, and I went out and I started to talk to people about what they wanted. I said, I can show you how to get it. And then I talked to them about listening to this. This is a philosophy. It's a philosophy to live by. Your way is not working. Take a look at how you're living. It's not giving you the results you're getting. And of course, that's what you're doing right now. If you're watching me right now, are you getting the results you want? And most people are not. Well, I told them then, and I'll tell you now, if you can tell me what you want, I can show you how to get it. And I can, and I don't care who you are or what you're doing.
So you were out there, really that was the start of the personal development industry when you were getting into it. But as you were out there getting into this industry yourself, were you investing in yourself? When did you start really investing in yourself?
I started investing in myself when I bought this book. I've always invested money in myself. You know, if a person would invest, I don't know, maybe 3% of their time and 3% of their income in themselves, they would never have to look back. You would just be looking ahead all the time. Now, I started to do it, and I don't think I thought I was investing in myself. I was getting addicted to listen to this because it made me feel good. You see, boredom is the absence of a creative idea. These were creative ideas, and it made me feel really good. So I started investing in myself many years ago, and I still do. I'm always buying programs to listen to, and hell, not too long before Bill Gove died, I would pay him $5,000 to sit down with him for a few minutes and figure I was lucky getting time with him.
Yeah. Well, let's give everyone some free gifts. Our team has some free gifts for you. We've got some files that we're going to put on the screen right now for you. And I want you to download them as soon as you can. They're only going to be on there for about 10 minutes, so download them. And they're these really valuable tools, and in particular, one of the tools is a goal card. And it's just a little card, but it is so powerful. I've used it for every single, you got one with you? Right here.
I carry this. That's what I wrote when I decided the card. The first secret was decide what you want. I was going to have $25,000 in my possession by New Year's Day of 1970. Now, I wrote that in the card in 1961. I didn't believe it would happen. Within a year, I was earning $175,000 a year. We'll talk about why the goal card works a little later.
Yeah, because I've used it for every goal that I have set since I first saw Bob Proctor live. Gosh, it was 7 years ago, and everything in my life has changed since then. So be sure to download these tools. And again, they're only going to be there for about 10 minutes. And now what we're going to do is we're going to get into a lesson for you. And so, Bob, why don't you talk and share some ideas about purpose? You know how you talk about purpose, visions, and goals? Mm-hmm. Let's focus on purpose, why it's important, and how you determine what your purpose is.
I don't think you determine what your purpose is. I think you discover what your purpose is. There's a difference. Determining indicates deciding. And I don't think you decide. I think if you go about it the right way, you discover it. Like there's some people that should be painting all day. They're great artists. I think Michelangelo was obviously a great artist, a great sculptor. I mean, that was his purpose in his life. Well, I believe my purpose is doing what I'm doing. Your purpose is why you get out of bed in the morning. Do you know why you get up? Well, most people say, well, it's to go to work. Well, that'd be a good reason to stay in bed. You know, you say, well, everybody's doing it. That'd be another reason to stay in bed. If you're ever doing what everybody's doing, you're probably going in the wrong direction. Your purpose is your reason for living. Now, I went to a ranch at Clear Lake Oaks, California, to the Casa, the Cy Seminars Ranch, Janewell Heights Ranch. And I went there with two other people who I was associated with at the time, and I spent 3 days discovering and then wording my purpose. And my purpose is to live and work in a prosperous environment that encourages productivity and pleasure, so that I might provide more service to my family, my company, my community, my nation, and ultimately in the world. I want to improve the service I render to my family, my company, my community, my nation, and ultimately the world. And that's what I'm doing. Now, to do that, I want to live and work in a prosperous environment. Because if you're in a prosperous environment, you can be more creative. And then I can do this better than I'm doing it. Now, this is the first time we've had a broadcast like this, but we've already decided we're going to do more of these because it's such a good idea, and it's a great way to serve the people that we provide service to. We want to improve our service. Well, I want to wake people up. Now, that is my purpose in life. And so what you want to do is sit down and maybe take a pen and a pad and then ask yourself, what do I really love doing? Now, you may have to spend a while at this. You might get up an hour early every morning and go sit under a tree somewhere if you're in a nice climate, or pick a favorite chair, someplace where you're not going to be disturbed, and totally relax and say, if I could spend my life doing something, what do I really love doing? Now, since you don't ask yourself that question every day, it might take a while for this answer to come to the surface. But it comes to your consciousness. And it may take a while. You may have to do this every morning for 3 months. But it would be well invested, the time.
So purpose, we're going to talk about vision and goals. What's the difference between your purpose and your vision?
Well, there's a big difference.
Yeah.
Your purpose is why you get out of bed, why you're here. Why are you here on this planet? I'm going up to a ranch from here. And the theme for the conference that's going on at this ranch is legacy. What are you going to leave behind? You want to make your purpose something that people will benefit from long after you're gone. And if you're doing what you love, it will be. Your vision is how you're going to execute your purpose. Your purpose is why you're living. Your vision is how you're going to execute it. So your vision would be a long-range vision of a whole bunch of things that you would love to do. Like, I have all kinds of things I want to do. When I'm in the air, I spend almost all my time, hardly ever watch a movie or anything like that. I spend almost all my time thinking. And I think, how can I do what I'm doing better? How can I do it in a bigger way? Like, we started a streaming club. We have a streaming club where I stream every week. And we're going to expand on that. And that was the result of me I went into Tel Aviv, to Cyprus, to Melbourne, to Auckland, to Los Angeles, and back to Toronto. And the people were all saying, could I just spend a little time with you? And I thought, God, I should be able to spend time with them, but I had to catch another plane. And so the idea of the streaming club came to me. So that was an idea. It was part of my vision, and I acted on it immediately. So your vision is a long-range view of all the things that you'd like to do that are all on purpose. Every one of them would be helping you execute your purpose.
Okay, so let me ask you a two-part question. If you're determining or discovering your purpose, you're trying to discover your purpose, first off, what's the impact when you do discover it on your whole life? And secondly, how do you keep moving forward before you discover it if you're having a challenge discovering what it is?
Well, you keep moving forward by doing the best you can do out of whatever you're doing. Even if you're doing something you don't like, do it as well as you can do it. You'll outgrow it. I mean, give everything you've got to what you're doing. Do it as well as you can possibly do it. And if you can think of a way to improve it, improve it. But at the same, even if you don't like it, give it everything you've got. And you're bringing something out of yourself that won't come out any other way. Like we've got deep reservoirs of talent and ability. Every one of us has awesome potential. But at the same time, work at discovering your purpose. And then you'll start to get all kinds of ideas flying into your mind. God, I could do this, I could do that. And if you start to do them all at the same time, you go nowhere. You're in a very confused state. So you mark them all down, and you've got this wide vision of all these things you want to do. Then it's vitally important that you establish a goal. So the purpose is why you're living, why you get out of bed, what you spend your days doing. Your vision is how you execute your purpose. And your goal is taking a bite out of the vision. Mm-hmm. It's how you execute your vision. You don't do all these things that are part of your vision at once. First of all, you may not be able to afford to do them all at once. You may not have the talent or the resource to do them all at once. But they're there, and you're going to do them.
Now, I want to take you back 50 years. 52 years before you discovered what
before you were born.
Before I was born, long time, and you hadn't discovered your purpose yet. Okay, so put your mindset there, and then all of a sudden you discovered this is what I was born to do. And what I want to know is what was the impact in your mind, mentally?
It was huge.
Your whole environment.
It was huge. Mm-hmm. It was huge.
And is it worth it to do the work to discover it? If it's worth for you.
Is it worth it? Hey, listen. You get one bite at the apple. You're here. You get one life, so far as we know. Yeah, it's very worth it. It's the most important thing a person could do. Then your life has real meaning. But you see, when I first discovered this, it took me a while to really articulate it, but I realized the cleaning business was almost incidental. What I was enjoying, what I loved to do, was helping the cleaners set goals, help them get jobs. An interesting story on this. My daughter, Colleen, when she first started working years ago, she got a job at an IT place. And she'd come home, and I'd be asking her about her job, and she'd tell me it was pretty exciting. And she brought home a newsletter from her company. And I was reading it. It was kind of interesting. And I saw the editor of the news magazine was Bessie Tamaris. And I wonder, Tamaris is not a common name to me. In Greece it might be pretty common, or Macedonia, but I said, Colleen, when you go to work tomorrow, ask Bessie Tamaris if her dad's name was Marinus. And she come back a couple of days later. Oh, my God, she says, you'll never believe, Dad. That's Bessie's dad. He's dead now. But her mother told her all kinds of things about you. Marinus Tamaris was cleaning offices for $1 an hour when I met him. He could not drive a car. I got him into his own business. I got him into it. I told him if he'd buy a car, I'd teach him how to drive it. I'd get up at 5 in the morning, go out and teach him how to drive it. And I helped him build his cleaning business. See, that was what I loved doing. And Maris went on, he owned 2 or 3 fast food businesses. He owned a cleaning business. He owned a number of businesses. He became a very wealthy man. But he had passed away. But her mother told him all about what Mr. Bob.
Mr. Bob.
And I have, now when you're in my home, I have if my desk is here right against the wall, I have a little stone statue of Socrates and one of Plato. And one Christmas, Bessie could just talk. And she came into the office with Marinus. I can still see him come in the office. Merry Christmas, Mr. Bob, and gave me these. Aww. Yeah, they're still sitting there. Now that was back in the early 60s, a long time ago.
You must have so many stories like that of people that you've just transformed their life.
There's probably a lot of them,
yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I just got one from Marion and Georgiou, she's a great singer. I think I have her last name pronounced wrong. But she's singing with one of the singers from the Fort that was on America's Got Talent. I think they run about number 4th. They were right up in the finals for winning it. And she wrote me a long letter. I just got it about a week ago about how she started studying my stuff and then got into 6 Minutes. And it's changed her life. And now she's dedicated her life to singing. She's a recording artist, beautiful looking woman, and a phenomenal singer. I just been listening. That's just in the last couple of days. Yeah, it's helped a lot of people. But you see, that was where I first discovered it. I realized the cleaning was almost incidental. I really loved helping people become aware of their potential. Because you see, when I looked at my life, I was in England, and I was earning all kinds of money, and I was in such a great position. I was living just a charmed life. And I thought, wow, if I could do this, anybody could do it. And all I wanted to do was teach people how to do it. But then I had to figure out, what did I actually do? And I didn't know what I had done that brought on such tremendous success for me. So I made up my mind I was going to study it. And it took me 9 years. And it was at the end of the 9 years, when I became aware of what I had done, I thought, I got to leave the cleaning business. I got to go to work with Nightingale. I've got to learn. I've got to get to know more about what he knows. And
so you worked with Earl for 5 years.
Yeah.
And just got an amazing mentoring and learning experience.
Well, actually, a lot of the mentoring I got came from his partner, Lloyd Conant. Now, I got a lot from Earl, working with him, being around him, watching him, watch how he worked and what he studied. And if he studied something, I studied. If he subscribed to a magazine, I subscribed. I mean, I just wanted to pick his brain every chance I could. But his business partner, Lloyd Conant, he was the one that really took the lid off my mind and got me thinking much bigger. Mm-hmm. There's a great book, The Magic of Thinking Big by Schwartz. Everybody should own the book. Well, I was reading that book and working with Lloyd Conant, just starting to, at the same time. And I started to realize there isn't any end to what you can think. There is no big. Nothing's big, nothing's small. Like you could say that chair is big. Relative to what? Relative to that chair over there. There is no big, no small. We make it big and small in our mind. And Lloyd really helped me with that.
So you were there for 5 years and you just started thinking bigger and bigger. And then tell us about how you came up with the idea of starting your own company, and also maybe one of the failures that you experienced and how you got through it.
I just did not talk about the failures. I've had some beauty. People. I really believe if the failure is big enough, it can inspire you. Mm-hmm. I treat winning and losing. I was talking to you in the car coming here this morning. I treat winning and losing exactly the same today. I see them both as necessary steps to get us to where we're going. Big failures, big lesson. Little failure, little lesson. What was your question? I'm sorry, I got off track there.
Well, just to talk about how you came up with the idea of forming your own company and what it was like at the beginning.
I was selling recorded material, and I watched people buy it and not use it. And I went to Lloyd one day, and I said, Lloyd, I think we should quit selling this stuff. I think we should sell a seminar and give them the recorded material. Well, he was treating me like I just fell out of a tree. He said, no, I think we'll leave the seminar business to Carnegie. That was Carnegie seminars. And we'll stay in the recorded business. So I knew then it was time for me to move on. I had gone there to get an education. I think I got a doctorate's degree in personal development. Now keep in mind, when I come into this, I think Jim Rohn had just come in. He was in a few months ahead of me. I think Ziegler and I come in about the same time. Now they're both gone. So I mean, I've been in this probably longer than anybody else in the business. And I really believe you have to be taught why this works. Otherwise, you could get it and it would be working, but you wouldn't really enjoy it the same because you couldn't share it with other people. Do you know that most very successful people cannot articulate on why they are. As a matter of fact, I've gone to work for some of the largest companies in the world, and the training department does not know why the stars in the company are stars. They don't know why, and the stars don't know. And it's just assumed that these people that are outselling or outperforming everybody else are smarter. Some of them aren't smarter. Some of them aren't even very smart. And some of the most brilliant people in the company are outright failures. Now, that does not mean that the dumb are all winning and the brilliant are all losing. It doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean that it's not how smart you are. It's not how much formal education you have. It's how are you programmed. Because school programs us. We're programmed genetically. That's why you look like you look. That's why your body's the form it is. I could read your energy like a book, and I know your genetic nature. That's part of our, that's from the moment of conception. Mom's DNA and Dad's DNA come together, and that forms your DNA. That's you. And an attractive force is set up, and 280 days later, you make your debut on the planet. And then you go through what's called environmental conditioning, up until you're around 5, and then you go to school, and they really start to condition you. So you see, we're conditioned with a lot of information that is false. And what I had started to do, I had started to reprogram that conditioning back in 1961 with recorded material. Now, it took me a long time. It took me 9 years to figure out what I had done. But I know why you're doing what you're doing, and I can show you, and I can prove it to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't care how skeptical you are. I teach this to engineers, and engineers are very skeptical. Lawyers, psychiatrists, all the professionals. In fact, I've had psychiatrists tell me what I taught them in a year. I taught them more about the mind than they had learned in 4 years of medical school, 5 years of psychiatric training. And there's more than one psychiatrist has told me that. I have studied the mind for 52 years, and I've come to the firm conclusion that I can teach how the mind works to a child, and it should be taught to a child. If a child can learn a language, if a child can become multilinguistic before they even go to school, and in all kinds of countries people learn 4 and 5 languages before they're 5 years old, you can certainly teach a child how the mind functions. Because the part of our mind that gathers information, the part that schools loading our mind up with information, is not the part that controls our behavior, and it's our behavior that produces our results. There's 2 parts to our mind, the conscious and subconscious. The subconscious is conditioned. It's conditioned genetically and then environmentally. School doesn't understand that. If school understood it, they would never follow the structure that they're following.
That's what blew my mind when I first saw you in seminar, 7 years ago, was this concept that you're talking about. And I don't know anyone else out there in the industry that's teaching this and then showing people how to implement it and make changes.
I don't know anybody that's teaching exactly the way I teach it.
Yeah.
Val Newell and Dr. C. Harry Roeder taught me the basics about the mind, and they're both dead. There's people that I've studied with, that have studied with me, that are teaching part of it. And of course, we bring consultants into our business. We put people in this business, that's part of our company, and we train them to teach this information. And we are always working at how can we train them better to do a better job and earn more money, reach more people. And that's what we do with our consulting program. But I don't know anybody who's studied this more than I have myself. Now, I always say I'm really good at this. I am very good at it. I'm not much good at anything else, but I don't want to do anything else. I just want to get better at what I'm doing.
Well, I have worked with you for 7 years, and I keep trying to find the bottom of the bucket of your knowledge, and I can't even...
There is no bottom.
There is no bottom.
No, listen, there is no bottom. You're dealing with infinite knowledge. Understand this. All the knowledge there ever was or ever will be is 100% evenly present in all places at the same time. All science and all theology teach that. All the power there ever was, all the power there ever will be, is 100% evenly present in all places at the same time. All science teaches that. All theology teaches that. I don't care whether you're Hindu, Christian, Jew, Muslim. It doesn't matter. All religion teaches that. All the power is omnipresent. So when you tap into it, it's within you. And when you tap into it, there is no bottom. There is no top. You're tapping into something that's infinite. And you are letting it flow through you. You are merely an instrument for spirit to work through. We're spiritual beings. And our spiritual DNA is perfect. It requires no modification, absolutely no improvement. Now, the people that I work closest with, when they get that, it's like a flower blooming. That's what happened to you.
Oh, totally.
I watched what happened to Mikey, with Becca, with the different people in our company. I watched Gina, who's been my assistant for 27, 28 years. Her understanding of this is awesome.
Yeah, that's so good. This is awesome. Now, I want to switch gears, though, and let's get some questions up from the chat roll, okay? You ready for some questions?
Whatever.
You love questions. Okay, so let's see. We're going to get some questions from the chat roll here. What do we got here? Okay, Sven Lavovnik. Hope I said that right, Sven. His question is, what habits do you suggest to have for good relationships? And what habits do you suggest to have for business?
Well, business is all good relationships. So the two of them would answer the same one. If you want to have good relationships, forget about yourself. Just take your mind, take your focus off yourself. Do you know most people are uncomfortable talking to groups, uncomfortable in social situations, because they're wondering, what do people think of them? If you knew how little other people thought of you, you wouldn't be concerned with what they're thinking. Take your mind off yourself. Focus on the other person. If you want to have good relationships, just focus on the other person. And you will have wonderful relationships. Lord Chesterfield gave excellent advice to his son. He said, my son, cause other people to like themselves just a little bit better. And he said, I'll promise you this, they'll like you very much. Now, from a business perspective, do whatever you're doing as well as you can do it. Everybody in business has a boss. And you know who the boss is? The customer. You're our boss. You're Sandy's boss, you're Bob's boss. And when you are unhappy with us, you're going to fire us. So just see, it's always a good idea to make sure the boss is happy. Give them the best you've got. And that's what we're attempting to do here. So that's a good rule for business. And with relationships, put all your focus on the other person. I don't care if it's your spouse or if it's a stranger you may meet on a subway. Focus on them. Get their name and remember their name. Their name is the most important word in this or any other language. Call them by name often and focus your attention on them. And you will build great relationships.
All right, we got a question from Peace Brothers 71. Question for Bob. I have all the enthusiasm to become a success, but I don't have a passion for a subject. How do you find your calling in life? I'm so envious of people who know what they want to do in life.
Well, what do you love doing? It's Pete?
Peace Brother.
Pete's brother. All right. You've got to ask yourself, what would you really want to do? How would you like to do what I'm doing? You want to do what I'm doing? I can show you how to do what I'm doing. I think this is the best job in the world, helping other people decide what they want. What do you love doing? Start doing that, and you're going to be successful. You see, listen, I'm going to give you the best definition of success that I've ever found. I found it in 1961. Earl Nightingale thought of it in 1951. He died in 1989. He never changed a word. I've been using it since 61. It's 2013. I've never changed a word. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. It is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. You decide where you're going, and then you progressively move in that direction. Progressive isn't get a little better, flatten out, plateau, go a little worse. It's continually move in an upward direction. Figure out what you love to do, Have a definite target of how you're going to do it. And when you wake up every morning, move into action. Before you go to bed at night, sit down and write down 6 things that are goal-achieving activities. And then focus on those 6 things when you get up. Start working on number 1. Don't spend any time thinking of number 2 until number 1's complete. When number 1's complete, forget it. Focus on number 2. Don't even think of number 3 until number 2's complete. Now pick up cleaning on the way home, go and get some bread or something like that, go to the bank. They're not goal-achieving activities. They may be things you do, but they're not goal-achieving activities. They're the things that crowd almost everyone's life, and they push out the goal-achieving activities. You get involved in 6 goal-achieving activities. Put them in order of priority, knock them off one at a time, and you're going to have a very, very successful day.
Okay, let's see. We got a question from Sandra Vincent. I used to listen and watch the Born Rich videos by Bob Proctor when I couldn't sleep at night. I slept through many videos, and wow, did it help. I did watch it during the day too, but I think it made a huge changes when I started sleeping with it. What do you think about that?
Well, I'll tell you why. When you go to sleep, your subconscious mind always follows the last command. Now think of this for a moment. You will find some people always sleep in. And they, every day, I'm going to get up on time tomorrow. I'm going to get up on time being whatever time they decide. But the next morning, hit the snooze and they go back to sleep. Do you know why? Just before they went to sleep, they're saying, I'm going to get up tomorrow. And just before they go to sleep, they think, but I can't. The subconscious mind always follows the last command. That's why you should never go to sleep watching television or listening to a radio, because you don't know what's going into your subconscious mind as you drift off to sleep. When you put on the Born Rich videos, there isn't a bad idea on them. It's all great material. It's helped people earn millions of dollars. As old as they are, they've been around since 1988. But it's phenomenal material. And as you start listening to that, if you listen to that when you go to sleep, your mind's working on it all the time you're sleeping. And you're going to wake up in a different mood, in a good mood. Yeah.
I love the Born Rich program. So good. Okay, let's see. Vamay.
We should do that over.
Let's do it. Let's do it together. Good idea? You're on camera.
Sandy loves putting her foot into it.
I do. Okay, Vamay says, Dear Bob Proctor, my question is, how could I coordinate my heart to my brain toward my life goals? How could I match my feeling and my conscious mind to achieve my goals faster?
You know, that's an interesting question. That's a good question. There's a word I want you to write it down. Praxis. P-R-A-X-I-S. P is in Peter, or is in Proctor. P-R-A-X-I-S. Praxis is the integration of belief with behavior. It's the integration of belief with behavior. I want you to visualize that my head is my mind. And everything from here up is my conscious mind. Everything from here down is my subconscious. My subconscious mind has a paradigm or a program, and that's what controls my behavior. The knowledge that I study is all in my conscious mind. What you want to do is transfer that knowledge from your conscious mind to your subconscious. You want to move it into your emotional mind so that you act on it. You already know how to do a better job than you're doing. But what you know is on the conscious level. What you're doing is come from the subconscious. So you take one particle of information at a time. And you're going to find your paradigm is a multitude of habits. So you want to change one habit at a time. Just one. Maybe 2 maximum. If you try and change more than 2 at a time, you're taking on too much weight and it won't work. So you're going to do 2 things different than you're presently doing them. Now, the way you're doing them is a habit, but it's not a productive habit, or they're not productive habits. And you're going to replace them with productive habits. Now, I just gave two a few minutes ago. Get up an hour earlier. Get up 1 hour earlier. That'll give you 9 40-hour weeks over a period of a year. 9 40-hour weeks, more time than you've got in the past year. Number 2, 6 goal-achieving activities, and you act on those 6 every day. Start with those 2. When you get those done, pick 2 more. Now, how do you get those 2 done? You make up your mind you're going to do what I just suggested every day for 30 days. And if you miss a day, you've got to start over. That's how you reprogram your mind.
Okay, great. Let's see. We got a question from DJB Chill. My issue is taking action. What's a good process for taking definite action?
Make a definite decision. Apply discipline to your life. If you're not taking action, you lack discipline. I take pride in being a very disciplined individual. When I say I'm going to do something like that, you can take it to the bank, I will do it. Discipline is giving yourself a command and then follow it. Now, if you want to improve your self-esteem, if you want to have a higher opinion of yourself than you've already got, add discipline to your life. Say, this I'm going to do. I'll give you an exercise. Buy the book, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Now, it comes in a paperback and it's multicolored. This black leather cover my brother had bound in leather for me. Get the book, Think and Grow Rich. Read the chapter on decision every day, the entire chapter. And it would be a good idea if you read it with someone. You don't have to be in the same city even. They could be in another country. Get on the phone with them. And I suggest you get up an hour early and do this. Because decision's a bit of a long chapter. It's going to take you a little bit. Take you probably 30 minutes, maybe 40. But you're going to read the whole chapter. You read a page, they read a page. You read a page, they read a page. And you do that every day for 30 days. You're going to become very, very decisive. And you're going to then start applying discipline to your life. Now, anybody that can hear my voice should do that. It's a great exercise.
That is a great lesson. And if you really want to take it to the next level, press the start button right in front of you. Just press it now. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and there's a really important video that's going to play when we're on break. So be sure to watch that. And we'll be back with you soon with some really great stuff.
Have you ever sat back and watched what a few other people may be doing, the extreme success they're enjoying, and at just about the same time feel that maybe success was just slipping through your fingers? Why does that happen? How does a guy like me, no formal education, no business experience, earn millions of dollars, build a business that operates all over the world? I don't have any special talent and ability. I've just got some phenomenal information that I've gathered over the past 52 years. And you can have it. When we fully realize that thought causes all, we'll know there's never any limits. We ourselves do not impose. It starts inside. Your life to this point has been controlled by a paradigm, and so you've been thinking thoughts that are in harmony with the paradigm. That is why we keep getting the same results over and over and over again. The terror barrier bounces up, and you bounce right off the damn thing. If you can build the fantasy, and you can turn it into theory, I guarantee you it'll turn into a fact. I went into companies, and I started to show the companies how Paradigms was controlling the productivity. And you know their sales went up by hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you think the Wright brothers were being logical? Do you think they were being realistic? They weren't scientists. They were bicycle mechanics in Dayton, Ohio. What do you really want? Go lay under a tree somewhere. Don't even talk to anybody. Let your mind wander. Let it take off. Martin Luther King didn't have a plan. He said, I have a dream. You got to have guts. Don't throw your wants. Don't leave your wants on the table. For goodness sake, take a run at it. Now, I want you to go and sit down at that table and you pick up those dreams that you've left sitting there for a while. You say, no more. I'm alive, I'm awake, and I'm on the move, baby. You came back, and I'm so glad you did. You know, you've got to admit, those free videos have some great information. I've studied this, like I said, for over 50 years, and I absolutely love studying it. Every time I get into it, my mind just keeps expanding. There's so much in life that we can enjoy. And as I said on one of them, this should be an exciting adventure. It should never be a bore. And it can be, but not by accident. We start to recognize the power of paradigms. You see yourself doing things you don't want to do, and you wonder why, but now you know. It's the paradigm. And then when we talk about goals, there's no end to where we can go when we understand that if you set the right goal, you do not know how to get there. The way will be shown. And the last one you looked at, the terror barrier, just stops us right in our tracks and sends us scurrying back into bondage. But you know, you watch that video a few times and you'll quit going back into bondage. You develop the courage that you require. Remember Joseph Campbell's quote? The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. Did you know 3% of our population earns 97% of all the money that's being earned? Did you know that there's people that are functionally illiterate that are earning millions of dollars? Did you know there's people with doctor's degree in economics who are struggling and they're broke? Did you know that you have what we've been working for and living for and dying for thousands of years? You're living in the golden age and everything's right here for us. Did you know that you can collect all that? Just imagine if you did. Just imagine if you took and internalized everything I was talking about and you just automatically lived that way. Just imagine where you would go. I want you to imagine the vacations you'd take. I want you to imagine what it would be like to go on a first-class vacation and never have to think about money. Did you know when you never have to think about money, you'd be absolutely amazed at how much free time you have? Just imagine. Just imagine you never had to think about it. Well, you know the beautiful thing is, you don't have to imagine it. Because the offer that we're presenting to you right now, 6 Minutes to Success, is going to give you that opportunity. And it took me 5 years to figure out what it was. When I figured out, all I wanted to do was share it with other people. And we sat down here at the Proctor Gallagher Institute and we laid out a program that'll work for anyone because it takes repetition. It's not enough just to go for the weekend. It's not good enough just to read the book. You got to get it every day, every day, every day. And that's what we've got for you. We've got a program that is ridiculously inexpensive and ridiculously effective. Remember I said you'll get results that stick? No more reading a book and being disappointed because nothing changed. Everything will change. You just get in the habit of watching what we send you every week. And every morning, I'm going to be on there, or every week, Sandra Gallagher's going to come on. And that lady's absolutely brilliant. She understands money better than anybody I know. And as you get to know her, you're going to love the information she's got every bit as much as I do. It's all here. I want to suggest you don't even look sideways. Don't ask anyone what they think you should do. This is so inexpensive. It's like making a decision of whether you're going to have some coffee and donuts or just keep on going. The price wouldn't stop you. Price wouldn't keep you going. If you want to have the coffee and donuts, you'd have them. That's what it'll cost you every day. And it'll expand your mind. Your whole world will change. Everything you imagine yourself doing, you're going to begin to do. And I'm going to show you how. Just hit the start button right there, right now, and act on it. Follow that quiet voice from within that's telling you the way to go. And you and I, we're going to be together every day. If you think those three videos were something, imagine what I could do giving you this every day, every day, every day. Do you know a year from now you need a telescope to look back at where you were when you started this? It's a phenomenal program, and it's offered to you right now. Just hit the start button. You're going to love it.
Hello and welcome back. This is Sandy Gallagher, President and CEO of the Proctor Gallagher Institute. And we've got over 3,000 people from all over the world with us. We had a great session that we just did right before the break. And now we're coming back. We've got lots of questions from you, and we're going to get to the questions. We're going to do lots of questions today, so keep sending them in. And also, if you want to share this with your friends, you can post it on Facebook. We'll put some information on there for you. But what we're going to do first is get back into some questions about Bob, because people want to know more about Bob. Who is Bob Proctor? And so, Bob, one of the questions that comes in a lot is, tell us about, I know you don't like talking about this, but tell us about your first business failure, one of your first business failures, and the lessons you learned and how you navigated through it.
I've had all kinds of failures. I mean, I had, well, when I first read Think and Grow Rich, I must have triggered something in my mind, because all kinds of ideas started to flow into my mind. And I formed a company called Apartment Planters. I was at a friend's house, and they had a balcony in their apartment. And I was sitting out in the balcony, and they had a cocoa mat, and they had a lawn chair. And I'm sitting out there, and apartment buildings were fairly new. This is in 1961. And I thought, you know, there's a garden missing here. There's no flowers. And I could see in my mind a box hanging on the railing of the balcony with flowers in it. So I went and I told my captain on the fire department, I was on the fire department, I said, Dave, I've got an idea. We could make flower boxes and sell them. We'll call them Apartment Planters.
Uh-huh.
I said, okay. Now, I lived in an apartment. He lived on a little farm just outside of the city. And he had a saw and stuff like that. So we bought boards, and then how are we going to get them to hang? So then we got a piece of steel strapping about an inch wide, and we made a little jig with a piece of angle iron and some bolts, and we put it in and bend this hook, and then we had to drill it and bolt them on the box. I mean, you talk about labor intensive. Well, then I got the idea, we'll take it to a flower shop, and we'll get them to fill it up with earth and put flowers in it. And then we hung it on a balcony and took pictures of it. And then we had a poster made up, apartment planters, you know, and contact the superintendent. We give the superintendent I don't know, some kind of a commission or something. But you could hardly carry these things. I mean, it was like carrying like a coffin. It was so heavy. And everybody wanted them, but they wanted them filled with earth. And so we were lugging those things around. Well, you know, if we had have understood what we were doing, we had a good idea, we could have gone to a big company and got them to manufacture them for us, but we tried doing them ourselves. We went bankrupt trying to make these things. And it was such a good idea, and I was so disappointed. Here we had a great idea, and we lost money on it. It didn't make sense. So I didn't stay in the apartment planter business very long. Then I started a company. I was going to paint houses, and I called it Perfect Painters. Well, the perfect painter wasn't a perfect painter. I used to spill paint. My God, I tell you, I made a little bit of money, but not much. And they were little failures. Now, I'll bring you up to a big failure. In the business we're in, and you're very familiar with this big failure, we rented a ship, and we had a cruise, and we earned, I don't know, a couple $100,000 on it. We thought, this is great. So we thought, we'll do it again. And we rented a bigger ship. And we rented the whole ship. And we lost $2 million. Now, you'd say, well, how do you handle losing $2 million? About the same way I handled Perfect Painters or apartment planters. It was a learning experience. I was getting off track from my business. I was getting into the cruise business. I wasn't in the cruise business, you know. So it's important that you stay on purpose. But I treat winning and losing exactly the same.
You totally do, and I was there when you had that loss. You know, I saw it, and you really did not miss a beat. And it's about attitude, isn't it?
It's all in your attitude. If you read the little book, U Square, Price Pritchett said that you should seek failures. See, if you're playing it safe, you're not going to win. If you're playing it safe, like that old saying, you know, you were taught when you were a little girl, better to be safe than sorry. Well, that's a bunch of crap. It's not better to be safe than sorry. It's by trying things that you figure out how far you can go. You got to get outside the box. Like it's reported, Edison tried 3,000 ways before he built the incandescent light. He said he didn't fail 3,000 times. He said there was 3,000 different steps to building a light bulb. Well, there's different steps to get to where you're going. And I really do treat winning and losing exactly the same. I do not let it upset me.
Do you think that's a big part of why you're so successful?
Well, it's part of why I enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it is, because I'll try anything. Like if I'm into an idea, the idea of losing never enters my mind. See, I have worked with giants. I had the good fortune of working with Sir Edmund Hillary. He was the first man to stand on top of the world. And I worked with him on 3 different occasions. And the only difference in Ed Hillary and Bob Proctor is in his size. Now, he's gone now, but he was a big man. When he shook hands with me, his hand wrapped right around mine. I felt like a dwarf, you know. And in talking to him, like it never entered his mind he wouldn't get to the top of the mountain, but he failed in 1951. He failed in 1952. It wasn't until 1953 that he got to the top of the mountain. Now, people had died for centuries trying to do that. But he said, I knew if I could see it in here, I could hold it out here. Stella Mann wrote that in a book. If you can see it in your head, you can hold it in your hand. And that's right. And if you're not prepared to lose, you're never going to win, because you're always playing it safe. And there's no reward in that.
Well, Bob, if you think back, 52 years when you were really going backwards, and you think now of all the successes you've had in life, how does it make you feel?
I don't spend much time thinking of that. I spend time thinking of what I'm doing now. Like, this is the first time we've done a broadcast like this. I love this idea.
Yeah, I do too.
And, you know, just here on the break, I was talking to Becca and Mikey, and already we're planning, how can we expand on doing what we're doing? Because I really do think we're providing service. We're answering some questions that a lot of people have in their mind. And I know this information works. Like, a lot of people say, well, I don't really believe that. I don't care whether you believe it or not. It's like the Wright brothers. They didn't care how many people said you can't fly. They said, I know I can. I just did. Well, I know this information works because I'm doing it. And I have been doing it for a long time. So I don't spend a lot of time going back and thinking about all the things I've done.
But surely you think about all the people's lives that you've changed.
Well, I think of the people that we're helping.
Yeah.
See, I really believe, like, I think I'm living a charmed life. Honest to God, I believe I've been blessed. Or, like, life is so good. I really love it. And none of this would happen if I hadn't have got into this book. Now, I remember one time I was thanking Earl Nightingale. I said, Earl, I don't know what would have happened to me if I hadn't have come across your material. He said, if you hadn't have got it here, you'd have got it somewhere else. I didn't understand that at the time, but he was right. See, when you're ready, the information will be here. And the information has made such an enormous difference in my life. I got to share something with you. I intended to bring this with me, and I neglected it. I left it on my desk. I was 79 on July the 5th. And I went out for dinner with Linda, with my wife, and with Helen and John, my sister and her husband, and with Pixie, Linda's sister, and Randy and Gina. Mm-hmm. And we were sitting there, and we hardly had been sitting down, and Helen said, my sister, why don't you open your presents? I thought, well, okay, if you want me to. I mean, I usually, if you're going to do that, that's usually done after dinner or something. But she had something special she wanted to give to me. Now, my sister's a couple of years older than me, which would make her 81. And she's going like a rocket every day. A very big business she and her husband have. My brother is a couple of years younger than me, and he's one of the top insurance agents in the United States in Southern California. And the two of them were in Florida last year. They were down there playing golf. My sister has her place down there. And she and her husband were down there, and Al and his wife, Bev, were over. And they got talking about when I first picked up this book. My brother-in-law worked at IBM. And back in the late 50s, early 60s, if you had a job at IBM, you were safe for the rest of your life. That was a great place to work, and not an easy place to get a job. My brother was very successful as an insurance adjuster. They were both fairly young, but they had been there for quite some time. I was on the fire department, and I was quitting the fire department to clean offices. I think there was 14,000 people applied. No, there was 21,000 applied to get on the fire department. They were hiring 14 when I got on the job. Best job I had ever had. And I was quitting to clean offices. Everybody thought I was out of my mind. My brother, my sister, my brother-in-law. But I was reading this book. And you see, I didn't just start to clean offices. I had a vision of business everywhere in the world. Meanwhile, all I had was a used floor machine and some buckets and mops, and I was working. It really got moving, and they came and asked me for a job. And I'm thinking, you don't want to do this. You're quitting that good job? See, I always looked up to them in their jobs. Well, yeah, they quit. And my sister had a little girl. And they were studying this at home. And the little girl got studying it. That little girl today is a Supreme Court judge in Canada. Then their son come along. He runs their business. They have a multi-million-dollar business. My brother, top insurance agent, so his kids and their kids are all very successful in California. And they gave me a plaque. It was a plaque. That's what she gave me at dinner. And it was Bob Proctor, 79th birthday, happy birthday. And then the wording on it was really nice. They said, if it hadn't been for that ridiculous move that I made when I picked up this book 52 years ago, they or their children wouldn't be living the wonderful life that they're living. Most people just dream of this kind of a life. They're living it. I get emotional thinking about this, and I'm reading this, and they decided last winter in Florida that they should do this. And one of them suggested, well, maybe we should do it for his 80th. No, they should better do it now. I think I was going to die. And so anyway, I was pretty moved by this. And I phoned my brother from the restaurant right there in Southern California. And he said, well, you know, yesterday was the 4th of July. And he said, big family reunion here. He's lived down there for 40 years. And he said, I read to them what was on this plaque that Helen and I gave to you. And I told them that none of them would be enjoying the life they're enjoying today if you hadn't made that move when you picked up this book. So when I think of the people that I've helped, it's impacted our entire family. I mean cousins, aunts and uncles, and there's no end to it. So when you're thinking about what you're doing, you have no idea how many people are watching you. And when you start studying this, your life is going to change. Because it's just the truth about who you are. No one can even guess at what you're capable of doing. And you've got to step out. You've got to have courage. And, you know, Sandy's here. She's the president and chief executive officer of her company. Now, she's a partner in the company. She owns half the company. But when she came to this seminar, she was a very successful banking attorney. Her dad's a banking attorney. She would help people buy and sell banks, merge banks, turn them public. And she was quitting. She had been one of the most successful banking attorneys in the country for 20 years. And she said, I think I'll close my practice and do this. And I'm saying, go for it. Now you can imagine what her dad was saying. Oh my God, you're crazy, Sandra. You know. But when you make a change and you start to live from the center of your being, and you start to understand the truth about who you are, and that's where all this information leads, you're not the only one that changes. Everyone that knows you begins to change. And you have no idea how many people are watching you. Because that's how it works.
That is so true. We were talking about purpose, and I asked you the question, is it worth it to do the work to find your purpose? This is why it's worth it.
Yeah.
Because then you're living a life of truth, and everyone around you lives their life of truth. It's so beautiful.
Oh, well, I mean, to me, there isn't any other place to live. Anything else is existing. Most people, when their hearts stop beating, it's going to be a formality. They've never really lived. Do you know that if you want to own homes in different parts of the world, you can. Want to own a home in Europe and one in America or one in Australia and one in Europe, you can. Do you just want to live in a different country? You can. I've lived in Malaysia. I love living in Malaysia. I love Malaysia. I've lived in California, in Atlanta, in London, England, in Toronto. Go live where you want. Life is short, and it should be thoroughly enjoyed. And don't worry about losing. You're going to lose. But you're going to get up and you're going to win again. Losing is a part of winning. Falling down doesn't mean you're down. It just means you fell. Get up and get going.
At that first seminar where I saw you in 2006, you said that. You said for most people, when their heart stops beating, it's a mere formality. And then you quoted Bill Gove when he said, if I want to be free, I got to be me. Not the me I think.
Well, you know, there's a lesson in that. There's a lesson in that. Listen, we talk about changing. I am very comfortable. I was at a wedding, my cousin, and my cousin's dad was sitting beside me at the wedding just 2 days ago. And he had to get up and speak to the people. There's a couple hundred people there. And he was nervous. He said, "What's the most number of people you've spoken to?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know, 20,000. He said, 20,000? And I said, "Yeah." "Oh, wow." And he's going up against 200. But there's a lesson here. I had used this to help the cleaners build businesses. I had changed my own life. I'd gone from being poor to wealthy, from unhappy to be happy. And I didn't know what I had done. So I decided I would figure out how did I change? It took me 9 years. I've already mentioned that. At the end of the 9 years, when I realized what I had done, all I wanted to do was share it with everybody I knew. But I was shy. I was a very quiet, shy, introverted person, and very self-conscious. I was afraid to hold up my hand and ask a question if there was a few people in a room. And I had the strongest desire to teach this. I was in a meeting at the O'Hare Hyatt in Chicago, and Bill Gove was the speaker. Bill Gove was considered the Frank Sinatra of public speakers. He was an absolute symphony when he got in front of a room. He was standing with a handheld microphone, and he has his hand up like this, and he's looking at the audience. I'm in the back corner watching him. There's about 1,000 people in the room. And he's saying, "If I want to be free, I've got to be me. Not the me you think I should be. Not the me I think my kids think I should be. Not the me I think you think I should be. If I want to be free, I've got to be me." I'm in the back of the room and I'm thinking, is he ever good? Oh my God, if only I could do that. Now, let me digress. If you listen to Earl Nightingale's Magic Word recording in the Lead the Field series, at one point in it he says, right here we come to a rather strange fact. We tend to minimize the things we can do, the goals we can accomplish, and for some equally strange reason we think other people can do things that we cannot. He says, I want you to understand that's not true, that you have deep reservoirs of talent and ability within you, and you can bring them to the surface. Now, if you ask me, do you understand that? I say, of course I understand it. I've listened to it 1,000 times. But you see, I really didn't understand it. I heard it, I could repeat it, but I didn't really understand it. I'm standing in the back of the room, and I'm watching Bill Gove, and I'm thinking, he's so good. If only I could do that. And just at that point, like that, a record started playing in my head. Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. I'd like to tell you about the magic word. Now, right here we come to a rather strange fact. And I thought, that's what he means by that. If Gove can do it, I can do it. And I made up my mind, this is the quiet, shy person standing in the back of the room. I didn't become gregarious all of a sudden. I thought, I'm going to learn to do what he's doing, and I'm going to get him to teach me. Bill Gove became a mentor of mine. Now, I don't speak like Bill Gove spoke, but he taught me to be comfortable in any situation, in front of any audience. The last time Bill Gove spoke, he spoke for me in my company. We were down, I think, around Marco Island, and we video recorded. We had multiple cameras. We were shooting his speech. That was in October. If he had lived till January, he would have been 90. He died in early December. Just
weeks after he spoke. And after he passed, I thought, wow, that video that we've got is really worth something. And then I thought of him, and I thought of his partner, and I thought of Ada, his wife. And I phoned Steve Siebold and Ada, and I said, we've got something very valuable in this company, and we'd like you to have it. So we gave them the masters of that video. He did so much for me that there's no way we could have recorded or repaid him for what he did.
You know, Bob, that is so much who you are. You are truly the most generous person I've ever known in my life. I mean, that's just who you are. And I cannot imagine you as a shy person, but that speaks to the powerfulness of what we do.
Well, you see, what you're seeing is what you're getting now.
Yeah.
But if you talk to various members of my family, they can't get over how much I've changed.
Yeah.
Because they remember the shy person. The generous part is a matter of understanding the law. You cannot give too much. Most of us are not trained to give. We're trained to trade. I'll do this for you, and I'll do this for you, and I'll do this for you. And then I have another opportunity to do something. I think, well, I'm not doing any more for her. She never does anything for me. So do you see, I wasn't giving, I was trading, and I started to think it was a bad trade. Giving is let go of completely, abandon. And if you understand, like Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the law of cause and effect is the law of laws. The law is God's modus operandi. It's how the whole universe operates. Well, he said the law of cause and effect is the law of laws. Laws of cause and effect says whatever you put out comes back. In fact, it comes back simultaneously with you putting it out. Because as the energy flows into your consciousness, when you think, you send the energy off into the universe, but your brain takes on an equal amount of like energy. Because if you build a positive idea and you send that energy out, your brain will take on an equal amount of like energy. Nature abhors a vacuum. Don't leave it and then there's a space. The giving and the receiving are one and the same.
I love this. If you love what you're hearing and you want to take it to the next level, just press the start button. In fact, I got word just a couple minutes ago that so many people were pressing the start button that our whole server crashed. It just crashed. It's back up. Everything's working great. But if you want to take it to the next level, if you want to learn more about this, stay tuned for sure, but press that start button. And now we're going to get into a real lesson on vision. We talked about purpose a little while ago this morning, and now we're going to talk about vision and the power of setting a strong vision in your life. Bob, want to teach us some stuff on vision?
Well, you know, visualizing is when you're bringing the spiritual aspect of yourself to the surface.
Oh, I like that.
And you're putting it to work.
Yeah.
That's really what you're doing. See, we are all spiritual beings. I don't care what religion you are. I'm not overly religious, but I'm very spiritual. I believe you and I are God's highest form of creation. We are the only creature on the planet that's totally disoriented in our environment. All the rest of the little creatures are completely at home in their environment because they blend in. The birds blend in with the trees. You don't even see them. They blend in with their environment. You and I are totally disoriented in our environment because we've been given the creative faculties to create our own environment. Unfortunately, most people don't learn that, and that's not something that's taught in school. Our educational system is seriously lacking on the most important subject that there is, on who we are. Well, we have creative faculties. Imagination is one of the most important creative faculties we've got. We have perception, the will, imagination, reason, intuition, and imagination. Napoleon Hill, in his book, he said, the imagination is the most marvelous, miraculous, inconceivably powerful force that the world has ever known. The imagination gives you the ability to bring the present into the future, to turn the vision into being.
And we want to work from the end, not to the end. We want to work from our imagination, not through our senses. See, if you're living through your senses, you're in a prison of your own making. You cannot permit the evidence of the senses to control your life. You've got to let the vision in your mind control your life. Live from where you want to be. And the imagination permits you to create the picture in your mind of who you really want to be. You know, Goethe, the German philosopher, who pretty well shaped the philosophy for the Western world, he said, before you can do something, you must first be something. Stella Mann was Stanislavski's.
Yep.
Stanislavski was Stella Mann's teacher. Stanislavski he's the one that perfected method teaching, acting, the method actors, the great actors. Well, Stella Adler was his great student. Marlon Brando wrote the foreword to her book, The Art of Acting by Stella Adler. It's a great book. Write it down and get it. The Art of Acting by Stella Adler. You can get it on Amazon. Well, at any rate, Marlon Brando wrote the foreword to the book. She was his teacher. And it's an interesting book because Stella Adler never really wrote a book. She wrote all her lessons that she taught. And what's the author's name?
Kessler?
Kessler. He put the book together. Kessler, yeah. Kissel put the book together. And so when you're reading the book, you're going to Stella Adler's acting classes. And the world's our stage. We're actors. We're acting our life out. It's like Van Gogh was asked how he did such beautiful work. He said, I dream my painting, and then I paint my dream. You never buy an original. The original is always on the mind of the artist. What you see and you call an original, it's a copy. The original's in here. Well, as you read Stella Adler's book, you're going to her classes. And if you go back to what I was talking about Goethe, he said, before you can do something, you must be it. You got to be the person in your mind. I had to see myself teaching seminars before I ever got on a stage. So you've got to see yourself doing what you want to do. Then you've got to live a part. You've got to be it. You've got to live it. Watch the great actors. Watch the great actors. You want to see a great act? Go to Google and Google this. George C. Scott's opening speech in the movie Patton, P-A-T-O-N. George C. Scott's opening speech in the movie Patton, And when you click search, boom, it'll come down on your screen. You'll see an American flag. Click on the American flag. And then the music starts. And watch it. And you'll see him walk on stage. Watch that speech. Look in his eyes. He's making a speech to a bunch of young soldiers at the beginning of the Second World War that are going to go off into battle. And many of them are going to get killed, and they knew it and he knew it. And he's giving them a pep talk before they ship off to battle. Watch the speech. Watch how he delivers it. And then sit back when it's over and realize that George C. Scott's not a general. He was acting as General Patton. And there's no soldiers in front of him. There's stagehands and boom mics coming down on him. He was living the part, though. Watch Peter O'Toole in the movie Lawrence of Arabia or Omar Sharif. Watch him ride the camel in the desert. He became Lawrence. You become the person you want to become. And that's what the vision does. Get the vision in your mind and live the vision. Be that person.
I love the way you said thinking from instead of thinking of.
Yes.
Talk more about that. What's the impact, the difference of thinking of something
Well,
versus
the difference is night and day. If you're thinking of something, you're always moving toward it. It's always out in front of you.
you never get there. So it's always something you're working towards. In time after time, you tried to change, nothing happened. Then you didn't make the sales. You didn't win the contests. You never quit the job. You never opened the business. Because it's always something you're going to do when the circumstances change. If you want to create circumstance, build the vision in your mind. Live the part. Work from that end, not to it.
And how do you deal with your current reality when you're doing that?
That's your current reality. You've got to understand everything outside's created from the inside. You don't let your bank account dictate your wealth. You let your mind dictate what goes in your bank account. Quit letting the outside control the inside. We get all screwed up. As kids in school, they'd give us a report card. That would tell us the kind of student we are. That never told us the kind of student we are. I worked until I was 26 because I thought I was a bad student. I thought I couldn't learn. I failed. I got bad grades. The report card just told me, the teacher and my parents, where my mind was at maybe 3 weeks before when they gave me a test. It had nothing to do with my potential. But here I was at 26, still believing the report card. We've got to quit letting the balance sheet, the bank account, the report card, the person's assessment of what kind of a person we are. We've got to quit letting that rule our mind. That's what sales managers do. I sat with the vice president of a company in Chicago just recently, and I said, you can go and look at your sales staff. And you've got it all in your computer. It's all in memory. Just hit your computer, and you can tell me where their sales are going to be for the next 4, 5, 6 months. You know exactly where they're going to be. And you know how you know? You know from history, because history keeps repeating itself. And I said, if you want to improve your sales, you've got to listen to what I'm talking about. I haven't heard from that guy again. He thought I was some emotional know-it-all. But you know something? His sales aren't going to go where he wants them to go. They're going to go where history dictates, because he's letting that control his thinking. If he would build the vision in his mind and then sit down with the salespeople and teach them how their mind functions and how to alter the vision in their mind, then live from the vision, not to it, from it, then you're creating circumstance. You're creating your creative being. George Bernard Shaw, great playwright. He said, people are always blaming circumstance for what they are. He said, I don't believe in circumstance. The people who get on in this world are people who get up, look for the circumstance they want, and when they can't find them, they make them.
Love that.
He built the circumstance in his mind, and then he created them in his outside world. That's all I've done. That's what I continue to do. And I have people trying to talk me into believing what's going on outside. And I'm usually polite with them. But I just disregard what they're talking about. Because I don't work from the outside in. I work from the inside out.
But you take care of business, you take care of the reality as you're building the vision in your mind.
I don't.
But you have to make sure
You
it is.
do. I get somebody else to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to create.
So that's how you started your company 46, 47 years
Yeah.
ago. You had a vision. And talk about how that led to the Proctor Gallagher Institute. What is the Proctor Gallagher Institute? What is 6 Minutes to Success?
The Proctor Gallagher Institute is a virtual organization that operates today in 94 countries, where we help people understand their true potential, help them understand how their mind has been programmed and how to alter the programming. When Sandy Gallagher joined our company, when she said, but you've got to take care of the outside reality, the outside conditions and circumstance, I said, no, I don't. I keep living with the vision. However, I recognize you've got to take care of business. The bank does not live with the picture I'm holding. The bank lives with the numbers they add up. You've got to have a team.
You've got to have people that understand both sides and look after both sides. And when Sandy first joined the company, I was super impressed by her. And I'm not saying this to embarrass you or to inflate your ego or anything. I want to help answer your question. This woman graduated from university 25 years ago, the #1 banking attorney in all universities in America. She went to work on Wall Street. She studied in the best universities in America and Great Britain. She's built very, very successful banking law practice. And when I really got to understand what she could do, and I understand that she was falling in love with what we do here. She was falling in love with this business just the same as I did many years ago. I thought she should get the hell out of the law practice and get into this. And so I made a deal with her. I said, half of this company is yours. When you take care of a couple of things that were wrong in the company and you close your law practice. Close the law practice, get this straightened out, and half the company's yours. And that's what she did. It was a huge move. And, of course, her friends and relatives thought she had lost her mind. But you see, we are a good pair to run a company because I work solely on a spiritual level. And she works on both. So she makes sure the nickels and dimes are taken care of.
But you know, that's an example of what vision does, having a clear vision, because you had this vision of operating all over the world, and you were just starting out in business. And I mean, who would have thunk an attorney and, you with
fireman.
A fireman.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the real deal. I think you've got to recognize what you're good at and then get better at it. Don't try and get good at everything. You'll become a jack of all trades, master of none. And we're moving into a time in the history of civilization where you've got to be specialized. You've got to get your niche and then master it, become very good at it. I am very good at what I do, and I know I am, and I know it's not an accident. That is not an ego speaking. That's an understanding of what you want to do. But you've got to have a team. We've got a team working with us here today, and they're very good at what they do. I recognized that a long time ago, and I don't mind sharing everything I've got, and I don't mind recognizing people, and I do recognize them. And the people we've got, we've got a woman, Mikey, and another woman, Becca, that take care of what we're doing here. And then they put together the Launchman company that's doing this. These are all real pros at what they do. And I've got a woman that works with me who is, I don't know as anybody could ever find a better assistant. She's our vice president of operations, vice president of events. But I mean, she takes care of everything for me. Sandy takes care of the business. She does a phenomenal. I never question, I never wonder, is she doing the job? I know she's doing the job. So you put together a team and you build a big vision, but make sure everybody on the team understands where you're going and make sure that their goals are in harmony with the company goals. And that's what we've done.
Now, talk a bit about what we're sharing today, the opportunity we're sharing today.
Well, what we're really sharing today is you need the repetition of this. You need the repetition. I did not think of this idea. Another man thought of it. And we did do this together for some time, and then we decided that we were going in different directions, so we parted ways. But the idea of 6 minutes to success is a genius idea. You see, every day I will give you a great idea on video. One day a week, Sandy comes in and gives you some of the business concept side, along with the vision side. But every day we give you an idea. We found a great production company for making the videos. And we're shooting all these videos
And you get one every day. And what it does, it provokes your mind to think of something that's very, very solid, that's deep, causes you to go right inside. And it's such a profound idea, you'll think about it all day long. And it's the repetition of doing this every day. I only ask for 6 minutes, that's all. And the video may only take a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Then I'm saying, now I want you to work on this. Get your pen and pad out and work on it for 2 or 3 minutes. And then it's going to click in your mind all day long. So it's the repetition of these ideas. And we're putting it out. It's costing us a lot of money to put it out. But because of numbers and because of the world circulation, we have reduced the price to a ridiculous price. You could have us work with you every morning, and we're going to be giving you a lot of things besides this, for the same price as you may pay for lunch in a fast food restaurant. We work with you all month. Now, if you are the kind of a person that really locks into this, you get even a good discount on that if you decided to, I'm going to lock in for a whole year. And then if you want to upgrade, and a special, we give you a bit of a special. So we're giving you choices, but the choice is, I'm going to work with you, Sandy's going to be working with you, we're going to work with you every day. Every day. You see, Ray Stanford, my mentor, worked with me every day, helping me understand this. I'm going to work with you every day. Now, I earn millions of dollars. I'll be 80 on my next birthday. I could probably wear you out if I took you out on the road. I work all over the world. I have no intentions of slowing down. The idea you should slow down when you get older is a bunch of horse dung. I mean, somebody thought of that was lazy. If all the energy in the universe is omnipresent, all the power is omnipresent, then we got it all inside. Yeah, it's a matter of learning how to release it. You don't get energy. Everybody releases energy. Desire is the triggering mechanism to release energy. So you see, the real trick as you get older, you're on the planet longer, is you calm down and you speed up. You calm down. You quit worrying about what other people think. You quit letting the circumstance control you. You take control of you. So you see, I'm a pretty cool guy. I'm very calm. But I'm going at warp speed all the time. I'm going to tell you, I've got a lot of things happening. Right now, I'm giving you all my conscious attention. But I've got all kinds of things happening around the world because I got a team. Now, if I can do this, you can do it. I had 2 months high school, no formal education. I had no business experience. If I can build a world-class organization, you can. You see, when people look at me as if I'm different, I always feel a little awkward because I think they just don't understand, and I haven't helped them understand it yet. I'm no different than you. You're no different than me. I don't even care about the color of your skin. Like, that's a perception problem we have. Some people will look and they'll say, this person's black and this person's white. I'm not white. My shirt's white. God, if I was the color of my shirt, you'd probably scream and run. You've probably never seen a black person. Why do we say he's black or she's black and Bob's white? It's a perception problem. We have cells of recognition in our brain. We're seeing something that isn't there. Now, if we look at the color of a person's skin and see something that isn't there, if you think I'm white, I'm not white. I may be a light color, but I'm not white. How many other things do you see? How about all the obstacles that are in front of you that are slowing you down or stopping you from doing what you love doing? Now, think of this for a moment. We have perception problems. We're capable of doing great things. And that's really what, I forgot what the question was. I got so tied into this.
Well, we've got lots of
questions. What we're
doing,
doing, we're teaching you how to execute everything we're talking about. We'll work with you every day. And there isn't a person watching this that couldn't afford this. Get your friends on it, and then you've really got something to talk about.
Okay, we're going to get to some questions on the chat roll because we got them just flowing in. But if you want to take this to the next level, press the start button. And if you're just joining us just a little bit ago, our whole entire server crashed because so many people were pressing the start button. But it's all back in order, so press the start button if you want to. And now we're going to get to some questions from the chat roll. So let's see, we've got a question from Nicu Val Castrovel. If you were to start over from 26, knowing what you already know, what would you do differently with your life?
I would find a guy like me and I would do exactly what he says until you find out he's lying or he doesn't know what he's talking about. You see, I did that. I did that. I'll tell you the difference between me and the guy that I followed. He did not know why it worked. And so I had something really good going for me that I couldn't share with anybody. And when you get something good that you can't share, you don't fully enjoy it. You want to really enjoy it. I'm going to show you what works and why it works, and you can share it. Do exactly what I tell you. And it'll work like unadulterated magic. I always say, if you can tell me what you want, you got to really want it. And understand this, if you know how to get to where you want, it's not a real want. It's a repeat performance. If you know how to reach your goal is too small. I can show anyone how to get what they want because it all operates by law. There's a perfect way everything works. If you watch the movie The Secret, I quoted Dr. Werner von Braun. He said the natural laws of this universe are so precise that we don't have any difficulty building spaceships, sending people to the moon, and we can time the landing with the precision of a fraction of a second. If you want to really make things happen, send an email to who? To Mikey, M-Y-K-I-E, M-Y-K-I-E at bobproctor.com, and say, I would like to learn how to be a consultant and work with you. Because I have people, we train people how to do what I'm doing. Just do exactly what I'm telling you. I will not lie. And if you find out I tell you something that's not working, it's because you're not doing it. I will not lie, and I do know what I'm talking about. I'm really good at it. Now, if you ask me how to do anything else, I don't know how to do it. I got a guy putting tile in my office at home right now. I don't know how to do it. They don't let me do anything around the house because I break things and I go to fix them. I'm only good at what I do. I do this. This is all I do. I teach people how they tick.
That's a great point about sharing. If you love what you're hearing, share it with your friends on Facebook. We'll put a link up for you so you can go to Facebook. Here's another question we got from Radu Maris Marion. How could I get rid of the habit of delaying to the last minute if I work best under pressure? Should I get rid of this habit?
Well, I work really well under pressure. I am a pressure worker. Do you know why? I don't recognize it as pressure. I just see something very important that must get looked after now. If you're putting things off to the last minute, it's because you're not decisive enough. And you don't prioritize things properly. I told somebody earlier, I don't know if you were watching then, read the chapter on decision every day for a month. And I told them, same thing I'm going to tell you, read it with someone. I have done this with Sandy. I've done it with different people where I read a page, she'll read a page. I read a page, she reads a page. I read a page, she reads a page. We'll do this on the phone. She's in Malibu, I'm in Toronto. So we do this. My wife has her own business. She does this with people where she reads a page, they read a page. She reads a page, they read a page. It's a very effective method. And that will make you many times more decisive. And prioritize. Prioritize. Don't put it off till the last minute. I know somebody that's sitting really close to me that used to do that, and she stopped. Do you know that person?
Mm-mm. Okay, we got a question, changing the subject, from Neil Braden. Will these principles work for me if I am based in a country outside the United States? How do I receive the program? Good question.
This will work for you anywhere if you can go online. We work all over the world. I was just in Taiwan. I've got to go to Poland this year. I've got to go to Hungary, to Germany. I was in Kosovo. I go all over the world. The Philippines. Anywhere where you can go online, you're with us. You can work with us. Believe me, we are really a good company. We really are. And I don't say that in an egotistical manner. I say that because we have the most phenomenal team of people. There isn't one person in our company that I would want to change. We've got phenomenal people in our company. And I have to give this woman a lot of credit. I've always had a lot of great people work with me, but she's brought order into the company. She got that
left brain of hers working. And
All right, we've got a question from Moore Consortium. Have you ever considered writing an autobiography?
no.
No?
No, I never have. Yeah, listen, to tell you the truth, I don't like talking about me. I really don't. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I like talking about what I've learned, and I'm doing that. My autobiography, I guess, will live on in the programs we've created and stuff like that. And people aren't really that interested in me. They say, oh, no, we are. I tell people in a seminar, I may be running a 3-day seminar. I've got a 6-day seminar coming up in Toronto. It's called Matrix. And we have people coming in from all over the world, and we usually keep it a small group, be under 100, sometimes just 50. But we work with them for 6 solid days. We help them take their idea and how to take it to market. And usually towards the end of that time, I said, you know, you have spent 6 days with me, and you don't really know me. You think you know me, but you don't really know me, because I haven't really told you much about me. And what I have told you, I've just told you the same thing, different ways. So if somebody said, well, what do you know about him? And you start to rack your brain, you get that you don't really know that much. And that's because if I was talking about me for 6 days, you'd be bored. But I'll hold your attention forever if I talk about you. See, you're really interested in learning about yourself. I'm interested in learning about me. You're interested. We are interested in learning about ourselves. God's created us that way. Yet it's the higher side of ourself wanting to be expressed. We want to express our uniqueness. Yet if you really knew how great you were, Edison put it very well. He said, if we really were able to do all we were capable of doing, we would simply astonish ourselves. I think Edison's right. I think it's time you astonished yourself. No, I'll probably never read an autobiography.
It'd be a good one.
Yeah, well.
Oh my gosh, we have so many new members coming on. I want to welcome some of our new members from all over the world. We've got Marta Beatriz Landano. Hope I said that right, Marta. Diaz, Colombia. Jean Mathau from Canada. Marta, well, there's Marta again. Diaz from Colombia. Let's see, we've got a couple names repeating here. Patricia Ann Todd from the UK. Glenn Van Dyke from the United States. Isaac Marbin from Canada. Brian Jones from the United States. Fazia Al-Reda from the United Arab Emirates. Vaquesha Tabron from the United States. Tatiana Nicholas from the U.S. Michael Bonsell from the U.S. Brendolyn Weber from the U.S. Shanette Coco Lebersky from Denmark. The list goes on. Tons and tons of new people joining, and we really, really welcome you to our company. We've got a great program, and you'll get so much out of it. This is a great session we're having here, Bob.
You know, you were talking about our company. I don't think I finished answering a question. You were asking me, how did we form the Proctor Gallagher Institute? We operated for years Life Success Productions, Bob Proctor's Life Success Productions. And when Sandy came into the company, she fulfilled the deal. I said, if you close your practice, you straighten out these things in our company, and bring it real order, you'll own half the company. And so we had a company meeting going. It was a very creative meeting where the key executives were in the company, here about 6 months ago, I guess it was, and they were deciding we were going to brand the company different. We were going to improve the brand of the company. And so we're deciding just what the brand would look like. I woke up in the morning, and immediately I had the picture in my mind. It should be called the Proctor Gallagher Institute. I had to recognize this woman for the good that she had done for everyone in our company and the people way beyond that we serve. And so that's how the company got its name. I believe that although she's been with us for 6 years, and I've been here for 46 years in this company, she certainly has earned her stripes, and it's called the Proctor Gallagher Institute. The Proctor Gallagher Institute is a virtual institute. It's a virtual organization, and the major purpose is to help you understand and apply the potential that God gave you so that you can live the life of your dream. That's important. But not only live it, understand how and why you're able to do that so that you can pass it on and share it with your neighbor, your children, your relatives, and everybody interested in learning it.
Bob, I'm going to give you one more question from the chat roll before we go on a break, okay? This is from Jade Lenton, and Jade says, "Hello, Bob. My dream is to find my purpose in life. However, after years of searching, I've found nothing, and this has knocked my self-confidence down. How do I discover my purpose in life and enhance my self-confidence?"
Well, first of all, let's deal with the confidence first. Understand you're already confident. If I asked you, do you know how to tie your shoes? You'd have to say, yes, I'm confident I can tie my shoes. Can you drive a car in traffic? You would probably say, yes, I'm confident I can drive a car in traffic. Are you confident that you could prepare a meal for your family? Now, you may not be a very good chef, but you say, yes, I'm confident I could make a meal for my family. Are you confident that you could go out and earn a living? You'd say, yes, I'm confident. The fact that you have not found your purpose is no good reason to say you're not confident in you. I want you to start right now to say, I am so happy and grateful that I'm aware that I'm one of God's highest form of creations on the planet. I want you to wake up every morning and say that. And like I said in The Secret, get the point where you can kiss yourself. And I'm not talking about some crazy intellectual trip. I'm talking about a healthy perspective of who you are. There is nothing on this planet that will even come close to you. You and I are exactly the same. I might earn more money, I might earn less money. I might be able to run faster or run slower. That does not mean that we're better or lesser than each other. We are all created equal. And death level of all human greatness is going to reduce us all to the same level. So get rid of that jazz and quit rid of affirming to your mind that you lack self-confidence. You affirm to your mind, I have self-confidence, and by golly, I am going to come up with my purpose. Every day I'm going to spend an hour. I'm going to get up every morning and I'm going to sit down with a pen and a pad and I'm going to write down all the things I know that I really love doing. Would you love doing what I'm doing? Because if you do, you could work with me. You send a message to us. Just send a message to Becca, B-E-C-C-A, at Proctor Gallagher Institute.
ProctorGallagher.com.
ProctorGallagher.com.
Yeah.
Send it, Becca, B-E-C-C-A, at ProctorGallagher.com. Drop the Institute for the .com. And we'll tell you how you can do that. See, there's ways that you can do it. You're locked into the right thing. I'm going to tell you something. You're not on this by accident. You're here because you're supposed to be here. I'm here talking to you because I'm supposed to be talking to you. I believe everything in God's universe operates exactly the way it should.
And you know, Jade, if you really want to get it going, click the start button right now. We had it crash a little while ago because so many people were clicking, but it's back up now. Click the button and go to the next level. Now we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with you shortly with some more great stuff.
Do you have friends or relatives or maybe your next door neighbor or some real good buddy at work, possibly your lover, that seems to leave their dreams on the table? Maybe not doing as well as you, and yet you know they're capable of doing as well as you. Wouldn't you like to see them change? Wouldn't you like to see them pick up those dreams and whoom, just go right after it? Well, you know, you can help them do that. I want to suggest that you pick up a buddy, introduce this to them, get involved in it. You see, those 3 videos we shared with you, they're just deeply rooted in truth. We are being controlled by paradigms. And although you may be doing a little better than your buddy or that other person, you know, the neighbor, the relative, there's somebody doing better than you. That's the part that really gets me. There's someone that's not doing as well as me that I really want to help, But I look at somebody else, there's always somebody doing better, and that motivates me because I know we can do better. Better is a beautiful word. And you see, what we studied there on paradigms, what we studied was very short. I mean, you got the Reader's Digest version. It was very condensed. But I think you got the idea that, darn it, there is something inside controlling us which controls our results. And when it comes to goals, there's such a very small percentage of the population that ever set their goal right. See, goal setting is an intellectual exercise, but goal achieving is a lawful process. You have to understand the universal side of your personality. And of course, we get into that as we go through 6 minutes. Every day it becomes better. And then that terrible terror barrier. Man, when you hit that, I mean, I remember I used to hit that and bounce. I'd run away like wimping and scared. The real strange part about it is everybody's doing it, but nobody wants to admit it. I didn't want to tell anybody I was scared. But the more I started to learn, the more I opened up, the more transparent I become, because I started to rely on coaches and mentors and people that knew more than myself. I learned from some of them, and I guess it was no accident, that if you want to learn something, go to someone that is demonstrated by results, they know what they're talking about. Sandra Gallagher and myself know what we're talking about in the area that we're talking to you. We can show you how to multiply your income. We can show you how to get your friend to do the same. Think of how much fun it would be with you and another person that you sort of communicate with on a regular basis, watching your income. Not just take small jumps, but take quantum leaps. Do you see, multiple sources of income is the secret to great success. We talk about that. We'll show you how to do that. We'll show you how to set the goals. We'll show you how to go right through the terror barrier. I look forward to the terror barrier. That's what adds the juice to your life. I mean, that's the yeast that raises the dough. You don't run from it. You go out looking for it. Well, that's what 6 minutes is all about. You see, I think I mentioned it took me 9 years to figure out what the heck did I do? No formal education, no business experience, and yet I took off like a rocket. It was the repetition of the information. It was so obvious once I saw it, but I was missing it. Have you any idea how repetitive negative news is that's coming at you? It's in every newspaper. It's on every TV show. That's all that comes across on the news. That's all what most people are talking about in restaurants that you overhear conversations. Think of the people you work with. They're talking about how tough it is, why it can't be done. We hear it everywhere. We're getting it through repetition. Well, I think we want to neutralize all that jazz and start getting the positive stuff on a regular basis. And that's what 6 minutes is. Every day, if you like those videos, every day we bring a great one to you that sparks an idea in your mind that you can play with all day long. And then tomorrow you get another one. Every week Sandra Gallagher is going to be coming. And I mean, that woman is brilliant. I have learned more about money from her in a short period of time than I've learned in all the years of my life. And I've been running around the park here for a long time. Go to the people who have demonstrated by results. They know what they're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. Now, I don't do anything else but this. This is all I do. I love it. But I can read the personality right to a T. I know what's stopping us, and I know how to break through those terror barriers. You know, you could be sitting there and asking yourself, is this real? Could I really change my life in just 6 minutes a day? You can change your life in 6 seconds. An idea hits you, and everything changes. But I can assure you, every day, same information. Yeah, it's the only way you can change your life. There's only 2 ways of altering a paradigm. One is an emotional impact, which when it happens is almost always negative. And the other is the constant spaced repetition of idea. That's how you learned your name. Do you have any idea how many times your mother or father had to tell you your name before you started to respond? Well, it's the repetition that does it. Oh yeah, you can certainly change your whole life in 6 minutes a day. You may be thinking, I don't think I can afford this. If that's really the thought that's running through your life, I want to let you in on a secret. You cannot afford to be without it. If you think that the price of this stands between you and enjoying this, you've got to get in this. You'll never have to wonder whether you can afford something again. Oh, that won't happen in a month. But I guarantee you a year from now, when you walk in to buy clothes, you're going to get the clothes you want. You're not going to have to look at the price tag first. When you think of taking a trip, you're going to take the trip you want. You're not going to have to wonder, can I afford it? All the money in the world is available to us. All we have to do is earn it. And that's part of the strategy in 6 minutes. We're going to show you how to do these things. Well, if you think you can't afford it, get it. And if you really want to grow, this is what you want to get. Look at all the things you have in your office or your home that you don't need. Do you know why you got them? You wanted them. And if you want this bad enough, you will always find what you need to get it. It's sitting here, right in front of you. All you have to do is hit the start button. Now, you may be thinking, I am so busy, I don't really have time for this. Well, let's look at it this way for a moment. Everyone gets exactly the same amount of time. We get all there is. So it's what we do with our time that really makes the difference. I think it makes real good sense. I think it's a very prudent move to set aside 5 to 10 minutes every day for growth. You see, it's a person that never does that doesn't grow. We don't grow by accident. Do you know, in most people, when their heart stops beating, it's going to be a formality. They just sort of level out at around 20, 25, and they never get much better at what they're doing. You start studying this information, I'm going to tell you, it's fertilizer for the soul. It just causes you to grow and expand. Make the time. Don't ever say you haven't got time to do what you want to do again. You make the time for what you want to do. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to eliminate 5 to 10 minutes that you've been wasting. I guarantee you. Get up 6 minutes earlier and share it with me. It'll make your whole day better. Just think about it. Then pick a person and share it with them. Get them involved in it. And the two of you are going to have something to talk about that's so meaningful. And you'll quit majoring in the minors, and you'll start setting the big goals, and you'll start realizing them. It's when you start sharing what we give you that you're really going to enjoy it. So don't look sideways. Don't even ask anybody what they think. You feel it inside. You know this is the right move. Hit the button and get started. And then every morning, we're going to come together and we're going to expand our mind. It's going to be phenomenal. You're absolutely going to love it. And when we said we'd teach you how to get results that stick, you're going to wonder why we keep saying that. Because it's the truth. And if you keep getting the truth and keep getting the truth, you're going to start living the truth. Your results are going to keep getting better. So right now, don't even think anything else. Hit the button, get enrolled, become a member, and we will have a wonderful time in the future. Have you ever sat back and watched what a few other people may be doing, the extreme success they're enjoying, and at just about the same time feel that maybe success was just slipping through your fingers? Why does that happen? How does a guy like me, no formal education, no business experience, earn millions of dollars, build a business that operates all over the world? I don't have any special talent and ability. I've just got some phenomenal information that I've gathered over the past 52 years. And you can have it. When we fully realize that thought causes all, we'll know there's never any limits. We ourselves do not impose. It starts inside. Your life to this point has been controlled by a paradigm, and so you've been thinking thoughts that are in harmony with the paradigm. That is why we keep getting the same results over and over and over again. The terror barrier bounces up, and you bounce right off the damn thing. It if you can build the fantasy and you can turn it into theory, I guarantee you it'll turn into a fact. I went into companies and I started to show the companies how Paradigms was controlling the productivity. And you know their sales went up by hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you think the Wright brothers were being logical? Do you think they were being realistic? They weren't scientists. They were bicycle mechanics in Dayton, Ohio. What do you really want? Go lay under a tree somewhere. Don't even talk to anybody. Let your mind wander. Let it take off. Martin Luther King didn't have a plan. He said, I have a dream. You got to have guts. Don't throw your wants. Don't leave your wants on the table. For goodness sake, take a run at it. Now, I want you to go and sit down at that table. And you pick up those dreams that you've left sitting there for a while. You say, no more. I'm alive, I'm awake, and I'm on the move, baby.
Hello, this is Sandy Gallagher, President and CEO of the Proctor Gallagher Institute, and welcome back. We are having a great morning. Bob is sharing things that I've never heard him share before, and you probably have never heard him share before. And when you do hear some of these tips and tools and strategies that he's going to talk about, it literally can change everything in your life. And one of the things that we're getting asked over and over is, I want to know more about Bob Proctor. Who's Bob Proctor? Tell us more about him. So we're going to spend a little time diving into a little more about Bob's background and who he is, and then we're going to teach you a great lesson. So stick with us here. Okay, so Bob, the first question is, what's one of the most biggest, impactful lessons that you have ever learned in your life?
I think the biggest thing that I learned was that I could do anything that I could see in my head. Napoleon Hill said, anything the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve. Now, Napoleon Hill studied 500 of the world's most successful people. And he started to study them in 1908. And he studied them until 1937. Then he wrote the Laws of Achievement. From it came the Think and Grow Rich. And I was given this book, and I started to study it. And when I first heard that, anything the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve, I thought, well, that's probably good copy for selling a book. But is that really true? I really didn't believe I could do much of anything. I had never done much of anything. I had not gone to school. I quit school in grade 9. I had 2 months high school. I had absolutely no business experience. I had dumb jobs. You know, I worked in factories and went in the Navy and then in bars and factories, and I was in a fire hall. In fact, that was the best job I'd ever had when I was given this book. And the man told me, he said, Bob, if you take and study what's in this book and to the best of your ability apply it, if you do that for the rest of your life will change and it'll never be the same again. You'll be happy, healthy, and wealthy. Well, of course, I didn't believe that. I was unhappy, I was sick, and I was broke. And I said, you know, that can't be. And I told him, you know, so I didn't go to school, I have no business experience. He said, that's why you can't. He said, you get into that, you're going to find out why you can. Well, you know, in less than 5 years, I had a business that operated in Toronto, Montreal, Boston, Cleveland, Atlanta, London, England. I was earning over $1 million a year. I went from earning $4,000 to $175,000 in a year. I mean, the change was so dramatic. It was such a shock that I had to figure out what happened. Why did I change so much? Now, as I mentioned earlier on the show, that I had been raised to believe if you're going to earn a lot of money, you've got to be really smart. I was earning a lot of money, and I knew I wasn't that smart. I had been raised to believe if you're going to have a good job, you've got to have a good formal education. I not only had a good job, I owned the company. I had lawyers and accountants and salespeople and hundreds of people working in my company. So I knew that wasn't true. So I started to study. I wanted to know what is true. And I think the biggest shock came to me when I found out, regardless of what your conditions or circumstances are, I don't care how bad they are, you can have whatever you dream about if you're prepared to pay the price. But you've got to pay a price. And it doesn't matter how bad your circumstances are. Look at Victor Frankl, the Viennese psychiatrist who spent the war years in a concentration camp in the Second World War. He said that regardless of the physical or intellectual abuse he was subjected to, no one could cause him to think something he didn't want to think. And we do ultimately become what we think about. So what I learned, and the biggest thing was that I really can do whatever I make up my mind to do. And I left the cleaning business to come into this business. And I left a position where I was earning a few $100,000 a year. I took a job for $18,000. 5 years later, I was earning $33,000. I went to work with the Nightingale Conant Corporation in the late 60s. I was prepared to pay them to let me work there. I wanted to work with Earl Nightingale. I wanted to know the people he knew. I wanted to know how he got this information. Where was he getting it? And if he bought a book, I got a book. And if he got a magazine, I got a magazine. And then I got to work with Lloyd Conant, his business partner. And so I realized that I really could do anything. And 5 years later, I decided that I wanted to build a world-class organization. I had no idea how I was going to do it. I sat down with a pen and a pad in a little den in a house on Maplewood Lane in Glenview, Illinois. And I wrote down that I was going to build a company that operated all over the world and that helped people understand that regardless of their situation, they could live their dreams. And I had learned how to explain why I was saying that. So you see, at the Proctor Gallagher Institute, we don't just leave you with a big idea, you can do this. We will show you how and why you can do it. As I was just talking to Mars, who runs this business that we're here broadcasting from, I said, most people that are winning cannot articulate why they are. They're unconscious competence. They're very competent, but they're not consciously aware of why. I was an unconscious competent. I was earning over $1 million a year, and I had absolutely no idea what I had done to go from being unhappy, sick, and broke to being happy, healthy, and wealthy. I was doing it, but I didn't know what I had done. And I took 9 years. I figured it out. I studied with some absolutely brilliant people. Then I went in to the largest insurance company in the world, the Prudential of America. Thousands of people. They had 20,000 agents. They had a psychology department in the training. They did not know what I was starting to teach their people. As a result, the sales in the Prudential of America went up by hundreds of millions of dollars. This isn't some fancy dream I thought of. This is recorded in their books. I had a retired VP said he thinks I got their sales to go up over $1 billion. And what I was doing, I was teaching people why they were doing what they're doing and what they had to do if they wanted to change it. So that's really what the Proctor Gallagher Institute is all about.
You know, you started to touch on one of your first goals. We had the goal card. In fact, we're going to put this up again. We've got some tools for you, and one of them is a goal card. Bob's going to talk about goal cards and why they're so powerful. But you started to talk about how your first goal was $25,000. And touch on two things. You gave yourself a long time to do it. That's one issue. But also the impact of all the people around you and whether they supported you or not.
Okay. You brought up a couple of good points. First of all, they'll wonder, what is a goal card?
He says in this book, write your goal on a card. Carry it in your pocket and read it at least twice a day, once in the morning and once before you go to bed at night. I suggest you do it more often than that. This is a card. That is my goal. It's written on a card. I carry it loose in my pocket. Now, when you write something, you're writing causes thinking. You think in pictures, and you build a picture, and it's impregnated into cells in your brain. Think of your car, your automobile. Now, I just said car, automobile, and your hearing sense picked that up. It triggered cells in your brain that have the image of your automobile impregnated into them. Think of your refrigerator. Think of your front door. See how I'm bringing pictures on the screen of the mind? Well, when I put my hand in my pocket and touch my goal card, a light message travels through my sensory factor touch. It resonates with a group of cells in my brain that are always vibrating. They increase in amplitude of vibration, and the picture that's in those cells in my brain flashes on the screen of my mind. That's the reason for a goal card. So you carry it loose in your purse or pocket. The first one I wrote that I was going to have in my possession by New Year's Day of 1970, $25,000. Now, I wrote that in 1961. I really didn't believe that was going to happen. But the book says write it on the card. I made a commitment. I'd do what the book says. But I didn't believe it. Every now and then I'd pull the card out and I'd read it. One day, one of the guys in the fire hall saw this and they said, Proctor, what are you reading? I said, never mind, just nothing. And then you know how guys are. They said, hey, Proctor's got something in his pocket he's reading. I see him reading it all the time. I think we should know what it is. It could be about us. Well, pretty soon I'm down on the floor. They got me pinned down the floor. They're going in my pocket, and they bring their gold card out. Come and look at this. Proctor's going to get rich. He's going to have $25,000. We would have had to sell a fire truck to come up with that kind of money. No one had any money in that fire hall. And I was embarrassed. Now think of how sick this environment is. Here's me trying to improve myself, and they're laughing at me for it. But not only that, it gets sicker. I'm embarrassed that they found out. Fortunately, I didn't throw the card away. I kept reading it. Now, I'll tell you what I did. I said I was earning $4,000 and I owed $6,000. All I was thinking about is getting out of debt. If you had asked me, I would have probably said, my goal is to get out of debt. If your goal is to get out of debt, you will probably stay in debt forever because you're going to attract whatever you're thinking of. You've got to stop thinking of debt. If you go to Proctor Gallagher Institute or proctorgallagher.com, you will find somewhere on there, You Are Born Rich, a book. Download it, it's free. Download the book, You Are Born Rich. In this chapter 2, I tell you how to get out of debt. You set up, the whole thing's written in there. You set up a debt repayment program, part of your money goes in there, you quit thinking about it, and then you start thinking of the goal. What I did with the goal card, because I kept reading it, I started to think of earning money. Now you'll say, well, weren't you thinking of that before? No, I was thinking of debt. If you're thinking of earning money, you'll start to earn it. I started to hear people talk about it. And because I heard people talking about it, that made me think about it. And it started to spiral. I started to think of earning debt. Somebody said there's good money cleaning floors. I said, I'm not proud, I'll clean floors. I started to clean one office, $15 a time to wash the floor. It was Canada Starch on Comstock Road in Toronto. I washed the floor twice a month, $30. Now, I was only earning $400 a month, so that was a bit of a raise. Then I got another contract to clean Kirby's Construction, $65 a month. Do you know, before long, I was cleaning offices in 7 cities in 3 countries. The goal card works. Write what you want on the card. See yourself with it. Read it often.
That's such a great story, and it explains why
It's a true story.
It's absolutely true, but it explains why you need repetition. I mean, because most of us would be stopped in our tracks. I mean, here we are, down on the floor, everyone's laughing at us, and we would just run off to safety.
Listen, I really believe we're guided. I honestly think you have guides and I have guides. And I believe we're guided. I mean, on the surface, I had every reason to throw that card away and just start working in the fire hall because I was a very insecure guy. I was very concerned with what other people thought, and they were all laughing at me. But I didn't throw it away. I kept carrying it, and I kept reading it. I was earning $4,000 a year. Later, I was earning $175,000. I had 10% of the fire department cleaning offices for me at one point. They were all working for me. Write your goal card. Write what you want on the card. You don't have to know how to get it. In fact, if you know how to get it, the goal's not big enough. If you know how to get it, you're repeating something you've already done. The goal should be something you don't know how to get. Wants come from the essence of who you are. You're a spiritual being. Your spiritual DNA is perfect. It requires no modification, no improvement. Well, it's the essence of you coming into your consciousness. It's you wanting the real you, the essence of you, desiring to be expressed. It's your uniqueness desiring to be expressed that causes you to want things. And because we don't know how to get it, we discard it. You don't have to know how to get it. You only have to know you're going to get it. The Wright brothers didn't know how to fly. They just knew they were going to fly. Hillary didn't know how to get to the top of the mountain. He just knew he was going to the top of the mountain. Edison didn't know how to illuminate the world. He only knew he was. You don't have to know how to get there. You only have to know you will. And if you get involved with us in the 6 minutes, get involved in our consulting or our coaching, I'll help you get there because that's all I do is help people get to where they want to go.
We got tons of questions coming in. One of the questions is, what is one of the hardest lessons that you've ever learned?
You know, I was asked that question at Cynthia Kersey's big fundraiser. A man there that publishes a magazine, and he had interviewed me for the magazine. I had not met him, but he interviewed me. And he said, and I told him, I said, you know, the last question you asked me was one of the best questions I ever learned. He asked me, what was the most difficult thing you ever learned about earning money? Because that's what the magazine was, or the article was about. And I said, the most difficult thing to learn about earning money is how simple it is to earn. That is a difficult lesson to learn. I honestly believe that I could sit right where I am if you just give me my cell phone, and between now and the time I'd go to sleep, I could come up with an idea and have the idea in operation where I could earn $1 million in the next 365 days. I've done things like that. I believe I can do that. Earning money is the simplest thing in the world. He said in here, he said, if you believe that hard work and honesty alone will bring riches, perish the thought, it's not true. He said, riches, when they come, if they come at all, in huge quantities, are the result of definite principles based upon the definite demands based upon definite principles. You've got to demand it of yourself, and then you've got to stick to the principles. Earning money is a result of providing service. In fact, I could teach you how to earn more money when you're sleeping than you could spend when you're awake. Now you say, well, that's a cute line, Proctor, but I don't believe it. Then you won't do it. You got to believe it. You got to believe it. Let me share something with you. This is right out of the book.
Talk about reducing it to the ridiculous, too.
I will. Just stay with me for a minute. Listen to this for a moment. He said there's a difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to receive it. No one is ready for a thing until they believe that they can acquire it. The state of mind must be belief and not mere hope or wish. Now, he said open-mindedness is essential to belief. Closed minds will not inspire faith, courage, or belief. And he said, remember, no more effort is required in order to aim high in life, to demand abundance and prosperity, than is required to accept misery and poverty. Let me repeat. There's a difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to receive it.
No one's ready for a thing until they believe that they can acquire it. The state of mind must be belief. He said, open-mindedness is essential to belief. Closed minds will not inspire faith, courage, or belief. Now, I'm going to share something else with you. Your belief system is based upon your evaluation of something. Frequently, if you reevaluate a situation, your belief about that situation will change. At the end of 9 years of searching, why did I change? I was sitting with a mentor, who's gone now, God bless him, but he and I were sitting in the Bristol Place Hotel in Toronto in a coffee shop. And involved in idle conversation, he said something, just wham, stopped me right in my tracks. I had been studying the word belief. You go into Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, the Torah, the Bible, the New, the Old Testament, the Book of Mormon, any religious book, everyone says you got to believe. How do you believe? How do you believe? Why do you believe? This is what was playing in my mind all the time. Sitting there in conversation with Leland Valvanderwall, he said, our belief system is based upon our evaluation of something. And frequently, if we reevaluate a situation, our belief about that situation will change. And all of a sudden, all the dots started to get connected. All the studying I had done, I changed my belief about what I was capable of doing. I changed my belief about what I was capable of doing. And because I changed my belief, I started to believe in me. Now, I believe that if I can see it in my head and I want it, I can do it. But you've got to seriously want it. Wants are not pipe dreams. They come from the essence of who you are. And if you don't believe what I've just said, it's because you don't understand you well enough. Andrew Carnegie, who in 1908 was the wealthiest man in the world, he said, any idea that is held in your mind, any idea that's held in your mind, that's emphasized, that you continually think on, that's either feared or revered, will begin at once to clothe itself in the most convenient and appropriate form that's available. That's feared, that you're worried about, or that's revered. You read the Christian Bible, the great sufferer in the Bible, Job. He said, lo, the thing I fear has come to visit upon me. If you're afraid of something, you're attracting it. If you're in love with it, you're attracting it. Now think about this, because it works every time. You've got to fall in love with your idea. You do not have to know how you're going to do it. You only have to know you're going to do it. And if you're going after a real want, you won't know how you're going to do it. You won't know how until after you've done it. And even then, there's all kinds of serendipitous little things that would have happened that you'll never remember that played a role in getting you to where you are. But I do know this. I believe that I can teach you how to get what you want. I believe I can, because I've studied this for 52 years. I know why he wrote what he wrote in this book. I know how it works. I know why it works. I was an unconscious competent. I wasn't satisfied with winning. Most people are satisfied with winning. I wanted to know why, because I was such a loser. I wasn't a bad person. I was just a loser. And I became such a winner. How? What happened? That's what we teach at the Proctor Gallagher Institute. We'll show you how to do it.
Bob, talk some more. We spoke earlier today about purpose and vision. With respect to goals, you get people to go for what they really want, something way beyond where they've gone before. Talk about why it is that you advocate that and how you achieve such a big goal.
Well, first of all goals are accomplished through the use of your mind. I'll give you a good example. When President of the United States, John Kennedy, asked the father of the space program, Dr. Wernher von Braun, what it would take to build a rocket that would carry a man to the moon, land safely, and bring him back to Earth safely. He didn't write a long dissertation. He answered him in 5 words: the will to do it. Will is a mental faculty. Will gives you the ability to hold one idea on the screen of your mind to the exclusion of everything that goes on outside. So you have to just decide what you really want and then hold it with your will. You will attract whatever's necessary to you. See, the secret woke a lot of people up, but it put some of them on a track
that's not really the right track. You talked about the law of attraction. The law of attraction will bring you everything you want. But you've got to understand that just wanting it is not good enough. Then you've got to turn it into a desire. You see, the want comes from the essence of who you are. The want is on a conscious level. You've got to get that into your subconscious, into your innate mind. That then alters the vibration you're in. This thing that you're living in is a molecular structure. Hold your hand up in front of your face right now. Look at it. No, do it. Don't just listen. Do it. Do you know that you've got enough energy in your hand to light up the building you're in for probably a week? There's approximately 11 million kilowatt hours per pound potential energy locked up in the electrons in the atoms of your body. Now think about that for a moment. About 11 million kilowatt hours per pound that's locked up in your body. You've got to learn how it operates. It moves. Everything vibrates. Vibration is the law of the universe. The walls in this building are moving. They appear to be still, but they're not. The body in a coffin's moving. How would it ever change to dust if it wasn't? The law of vibration decrees everything moves. Nothing rests. We live in an ocean of motion. Well, it's the images that you internalize that dictate your vibration, and that dictates what you attract to you. So when you hold the image of what you want and you get emotionally involved with it, you start to attract everything that you need. You not only attract it, you move towards it as it moves towards you. You may not see it happening, but it's happening. Just because you can't see how it's going to happen doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Price Pritchett put it very well. He said the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because you can't see how it's happening, that doesn't mean it's not happening. You've got to know it's happening. You've got to know the idea you hold in your mind is moving into form. That's one of the first laws of the universe, the perpetual transmutation of energy. So you've got to study the laws. We teach the laws. We'll teach you the laws. That's what the Proctor Gallagher Institute's all about. There's no tests here. Do you know what the test is? Is you're getting the results. If you're not getting the results, you've got to understand it better. See, this is a school where there are no failures. Everybody wins. Just do what we suggest and you're going to win. We're not crazy. We're emotionally involved. We've fallen in love with an idea, and the idea is that you can live the way you want.
This is so good. If you love this, share it with your friends. Seriously, go to Facebook and share it with your friends. Have them come join you today, because that's where the real joy is when you share something you love. Bob, I want to touch on one aspect of goals. So why go for something that seems way beyond where you are, what you think is even possible for you?
Well, it's the only way you're going to be inspired. There's no inspiration in getting what you want. I had a guy come to me one time. In fact, I wrote it in a goals program years ago. So this is an old example, but it's a true one. This guy said, I want to talk to you about my goal. And I said, okay, what's your goal? He said, I want to get a new car. And I said, oh, okay. I said, what kind of a car? He said, a Pontiac. And I said, well, I've had Pontiacs. They're a nice car. I said, what are you driving now? He said, a Pontiac. I said, how long you had the Pontiac? He said, 4 years. I said, well, it's probably time you got a new car anyway. I said, how old is your car? He said, 4 years. I said, well, what you're telling me then is that you have known for 4 years how to get a new Pontiac. He said, what do you mean? I said, you got the Pontiac you're driving new. He said, yeah. Well, I said, you've known for 4 years how to get a new Pontiac. That's not a good goal. Now, I said, you might want to get a new Pontiac, and you can go and get a new Pontiac, but that does not constitute a goal. A goal has got to be something that you don't know how to get. Because goals aren't set to accumulate. That's a side benefit. You accumulate some money, some stuff, and things like that. But understand this, everything you accumulate at the time of your death belongs to somebody else. You never own it. You're merely a custodian. And you should have it to play with. What the hell? I mean, it's a short trip, so you might as well have it and be comfortable. But goals are not to get. Goals are to grow. You've got to set a goal that you don't know how to get, and that's going to cause you to keep studying, keep reaching outside of yourself. That'll pull the very best out of you. That'll pull things about you to the surface that you never knew. What I'm doing now, if somebody had suggested I could do this when I first picked up this book, I would have thought they needed a lobotomy or something. I would have thought they were hallucinating. But the truth is,
I was able to do then what I'm doing now. I just didn't know how. I set little goals. I didn't know how to get the 25,000. I didn't even believe I would. You don't have to believe you're going to do it. If you write it on a card and read it often enough, you'll start to believe in it. You know something? Write a lie on a card. You tell yourself often enough, you'll start to believe it. And that's when it's going to start to move into form.
This is so good. You're picking up steam and just going bigger and better. Okay, we're going to do some questions now, you guys, from the chat roll, but the team has told me that there is a big blue Facebook icon if you want to share this with your friends. And if you just want to take it to the next level right away, press the start button that you'll see. Okay, so we got a question from Ben Fulgenzi. He said, I lived by these ideas for 30 years and was successful, but after a year of 6 major traumas, I lost the total belief in myself and manifesting what I wanted and was passionate about. Is it possible to get it back? Most of my efforts in business have failed since then, and I miss the person that I used to be.
You understand, Ben, you haven't lost anything. You just took a coffee break. That's all you took. And there might have been some traumas, but I'm going to tell you something. You learned something from every one of those traumas. And you know the person that gave you all the success before? That person's still there. That person isn't going anywhere. It was never created and it'll never be destroyed. That is the truth about life. Nothing's created or destroyed. So everything that took you to where you were when you were experiencing that great success, Ben, it's all there, and it's ready to go to work again. So set the traumas behind. Say, damn, I'm glad I had those traumas. Man, if I can get through that and keep on going, I can face anything. There's a learning experience. Listen, I was doing a big seminar in Los Angeles 3 years ago. I didn't feel too good. I went to a doctor. The doctor, wham, like that. They had me in Cedars-Sinai. Before long, wham, with a saw, cut my chest open. They dumped ice in, froze my heart, took it out, collapsed my lungs, cut the aortic valve off, put another one on, stuck it back in my chest, hit a machine, pop, 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 and the heart started again, sewed up my chest. 90 days later, I'm back out on the road going like a rocket. I didn't think that was a bad thing. I thought, hell, if I can go through that and in 90 days be back on the road, I can do anything. Look at it that way, Ben. Take the good out of it. Understand this. Here's a 3-step approach. I got this from Michael Beckwith, my good friend Michael. He said, doesn't matter what happens. It is what it is. Accept it. It's either going to control you or you're going to control it. Number 2, harvest the good. Isn't that a great term? Harvest the good, Ben. Harvest the good in each one of those traumas. And number 3, forgive all the rest. So you're accepting it. You're not going to let it control you anymore. You are letting it control you, Ben. That was a dumb thing to do. You're not a dumb guy. Hell, look at all the success that you've had. Harvest the good, Ben. Look at all the good in that and forgive all the rest. And from this point on, Ben, you and I are on the same track, my friend. There you go.
What's a good affirmation for Ben?
Good affirmation for you, Ben, is I am so happy and grateful now that success comes to me in multiple sources through all kinds of different circumstances every minute, every day. I am so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing quantities through multiple sources on a continuous basis. Just, it's all in the present tense and all positive about you. I love the way Jack Canfield puts it. He said, I'm a worthwhile person. Ben, you are a worthwhile person. You owe it to yourself to treat yourself that way for the rest of your life. You've had enough bad jazz. Put it all beside and go for the good from this point on.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Beautiful. Kristen Skivick. She says, I want to become a movie director. I don't want to build a business. Will these principles apply to, will these principles apply to me as well, even though I don't want a business?
Absolutely. Being a movie director is a business. It's a business. You know, everything's business. It's good business. Somebody was talking about relationships in business. It's good relationships. You want to be a movie director? Be a movie director. Now, what I would recommend you do is get books on directing movies. Read books on directing movies. I talked about Stella Adler's book. Get that book. The Art of Acting by Stella Adler. Get talking to some movie directors. You know, go to good ones. Just get a hold of them. Send them a note. Tell them you want to sit down with them. Find a real good one. Tell them you want to take them out to lunch. And say, could you give me 6 things that I could do that would make me a good movie director? Don't be shy. They're just people like you and me. Don't let them intimidate you because they got great, big, successful movies. They're people just like you. When they die, they're going to do the same thing you're going to do. You're going to get buried, and on you go to the next phase of your eternal journey. But you're here now. So are they. Go talk to them one-on-one. Say, give me 6 things that I can do that would help me become an excellent movie director. See yourself as an excellent movie director. Become an excellent movie director. Look what Goethe said when he was asked how he did such beautiful work, or not Goethe,
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh was asked how he did such beautiful work. Van Gogh says, I dream my painting and then I paint my dream.
Well, it's like what you did when you had the vision of your business and operating all over the world. You didn't want to run a business. You wanted to teach.
I still don't want to run a business.
I know. But it's the vision that attracted.
Do you know that?
I do know that.
Well, why don't you remember that?
But it's the vision that attracts you all the people and the resources and the ideas you need.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See what you want. Don't let other people talk you into doing what they want you to do. Quit trying to please unpleasant people so they'll be pleased with you. Do what you want to do.
All right, now we got another question coming in, and this is a good one because we have a Premier membership. And the question here, it's from Brigadier. Brigadier says, will we receive any live support through this program, or is the training done exclusively through recorded material and workbooks?
You're going to receive all kinds of live support. This is live support.
As the Premier. Mm-hmm.
This is live support. As Premier, well, we do stuff on a regular basis. But listen, you are going to see more of us. This, what we're doing here, we've never done before. You'd say, never? Never. Not like this. But every one of us are pretty fascinated with the launchman's business. We're fascinated with the way they've got this whole thing set up. He even said, well, you could set this up for yourself. I don't want to set up for myself. You see, I don't want to do his business. I want to do my business. I want him to do his business. So we're going to be doing more of this. You're going to be seeing more of us because we've found that this is a good way to communicate this, to lay a foundation for you.
And if you sign up for the Premier membership, then you do get live coaching calls with Bob, too, on top of all the gazillion resources that we offer with the 6 Minutes to Success.
If you go for the best we're offering, you're going to get the best. We have some phenomenal information. I'm going to tell you. It's very, very... Listen, I'll tell you what. If you've got a company, if you have a company, send an email to our company and tell them you want to hire me for an hour or a morning. It's going to cost you $50,000. You'll say, well, nobody's worth that. That's irrelevant. That's what I get. It's not costing you anything for this. Take advantage of this. This information I've got is valuable. I've spent 52 years putting it together. I'm really good at it. I'm not much good at anything else because I don't do anything else. I want to suggest you just do what you're good at. Get better at it. And you're going to find your stock will go up. I love doing this.
I want to welcome some of our new members. They're just pouring in. We've got Michael Bonsai from the United States. We've got Brendolyn Weber from the United States. Shanette Coco Labierski from Denmark. Michael Coates from the UK. John Mouthout from Canada. We've got Dheeraj Kamar, I think, from India. Zamar Dajani from Jordan. Kathleen Miller from the United States. The list goes on. Claudia Ivan Jack from the United States. Robert Kennedy from the United States. Patricia Menshew from the United States. Jean Harvey from the United States. Oh my goodness, Panagodia Gomatos, sorry if I said that wrong, from Australia. Kathleen Miller from the U.S. The list goes on and on. I want to really welcome you to the 6 Minutes to Success program. We're thrilled that you've joined. If you haven't joined and you want to take it to the next level, just press the start button right there and get it going. Now,
see, I don't think you can afford to sit there all day listening to me because you're not going to earn any money. You're not going to build a business doing that. It's a good thing to do it once in a while, like now. But every day it's good to tune in a little bit. And just a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. And you're going to develop an awareness and understanding that'll blow your mind. I was just thinking when you said Australia, I love Australia. Everybody should go to Australia, you know. But they should go to Denmark. I go to all these places. I was just on a wonderful tour, it's about almost a year ago now. I went into Tel Aviv, from there to Cyprus, from Cyprus to Melbourne, from Melbourne to Auckland, from Auckland to LA, LA back to Toronto. It was a great tour. And I'm going on another one.
You're just all over the world.
You know, people ask me where I like it best, and I say wherever I am.
We got to talk about that after the break, because that is a beautiful attitude on life. I love it.
Well, every place is fascinating. You know, if you want to compare the good side to the bad side of somewhere else.
I was moving to England one time, and I went over, this is years and years ago, 63, something like that, and I went over and I thought, oh God, I don't think I'm going to like this. And I looked at all the things I didn't like. And I thought, wait a minute. I started to look at, I was looking at all the things they didn't have in England that we had in Toronto. Then I started to look at all the things they had in England that we didn't have in Toronto. They have theater there that would drive you nuts. They have the quaint pubs.
I love London.
And I thought, I'm going to love this place. I love it now. But I formed a habit, whenever I go anywhere, I look at what they have there that we don't have at home, and I enjoy that. I don't look at what...
That's such a great attitude.
Well, it works everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do 2 short questions before we go to the break. Oh, Martin Morley wants to know how to get a date with Sandy. Maybe we won't answer that one.
Just send a message to Sandy at proctorgallagher.com.
No. Okay, Ben Fulgenzi. Let's see. Thanks so much for your personal response. Now, how can I get a copy of what you said or a transcript so I can read it repeatedly? Ben, the one with the 6 dramas.
Ben, you send your... send an email to Mikey, M-Y-K-I-E, at proctorgallagher.com, and tell you who you are and mention the 6 traumas. I will send one back to you.
Perfect. Okay, now we're going to take a break. We're going to be back with you really, really soon. We got some more great stuff for you. And remember, if you want to share this, if you're loving what you're hearing and you want to share it with your friends, press that big blue Facebook button and share it with them. And if you want to just take it to the next level and you want to get it going now, press the start button. We'll be back soon.
Have you ever sat back and watched what a few other people may be doing, the extreme success they're enjoying, and at just about the same time feel that maybe success was just slipping through your fingers? Why does that happen? How does a guy like me, no formal education, no business experience, earn millions of dollars, build a business that operates all over the world? I don't have any special talent and ability. I've just got some phenomenal information that I've gathered over the past 52 years. And you can have it. When we fully realize that thought causes all, we'll know there's never any limits. But we ourselves do not impose. It starts inside. Your life to this point has been controlled by a paradigm, and so you've been thinking thoughts that are in harmony with the paradigm. Why we keep getting the same results over and over and over again. The terror barrier bounces up and you bounce right off the damn thing. If you can build the fantasy and you can turn it into theory, I guarantee you it'll turn into a fact. I went into companies and I started to show the companies how paradigms was controlling the productivity. And you know their sales went up by hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you think the Wright brothers were being logical? Do you think they were being realistic? They weren't scientists. They were bicycle mechanics in Dayton, Ohio. What do you really want? Go lay under a tree somewhere. Don't even talk to anybody. Let your mind wander. Let it take off. Martin Luther King didn't have a plan. He said, I have a dream. You got to have guts. Don't throw your wants. Don't leave your wants on the table. For goodness sake, take a run at it. Now, I want you to go and sit down at that table. And you pick up those dreams that you've left sitting there for a while. And you say, no more. I'm alive, I'm awake, and I'm on the move, baby. You came back, and I'm so glad you did. You know, you've got to admit, those free videos have some great information. I've studied this, like I said, for over 50 years, and I absolutely love studying it. Every time I get into it, my mind just keeps expanding. There's so much in life that we can enjoy. And as I said on one of them, this should be an exciting adventure. It should never be a bore. And it can be, but not by accident. We start to recognize the power of paradigms. You see yourself doing things you don't want to do, and you wonder why, but now you know. It's the paradigm. And then when we talk about goals, there's no end to where we can go when we understand that if you set the right goal, you do not know how to get there. The way will be shown. And the last one you looked at, the terror barrier, just stops us right in our tracks and sends us scurrying back into bondage. But you know, you watch that video a few times and you'll quit going back into bondage. You develop the courage that you require. Remember Joseph Campbell's quote? The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. Did you know 3% of our population earns 97% of all the money that's being earned? Did you know that there's people that are functionally illiterate that are earning millions of dollars? Did you know there's people with doctor's degree in economics who are struggling and they're broke? Did you know that you have what we've been working for and living for and dying for thousands of years? You're living in the golden age and everything's right here for us. Did you know that you can collect all that? Just imagine if you did. Just imagine if you took and internalized everything I was talking about and you just automatically live that way. Just imagine where you would go. I want you to imagine the vacations you'd take. I want you to imagine what it would be like to go on a first-class vacation and never have to think about money. Did you know when you never have to think about money, you'd be absolutely amazed at how much free time you have? Just imagine. Just imagine you never had to think about it. Well, you know the beautiful thing is? You don't have to imagine it. Because the offer that we're presenting to you right now, 6 Minutes to Success, is going to give you that opportunity. You see, you probably remember that I mentioned many, many years ago, I picked up this book. And when I picked up this book and started to study it, everything in my life started to change. Now, it changed so dramatically that I wasn't satisfied with the fact I changed. I had to know why. And so I began to study. And it took me 9 years to figure out what it was. And when I got the dots to connect, when I had it figured out, all I wanted to do was share it with other people. And we sat down here at the Proctor Gallagher Institute and we laid out a program that'll work for anyone because it takes repetition. It's not good enough just to go for the weekend. It's not good enough just to read the book. You got to get it every day, every day, every day. And that's what we've got for you. We've got a program that is ridiculously inexpensive and ridiculously effective. Remember I said you'll get results that stick. No more reading a book and being disappointed because nothing changed. Everything will change. You just get in the habit of watching what we send you every week. And every morning, I'm going to be on there, or every week, Sandra Gallagher's going to come on. And that lady's absolutely brilliant. She understands money better than anybody I know. And as you get to know her, you're going to love the information she's got every bit as much as I do. It's all here. I want to suggest you don't even look sideways. Don't ask anyone what they think you should do. This is so inexpensive. It's like making a decision of whether you're going to have some coffee and donuts or just keep on going. The price wouldn't stop you. Price wouldn't keep you going. If you want to have the coffee and donuts, you'd have them. That's what it'll cost you every day. And it'll expand your mind. your whole world will change. Everything you imagine yourself doing, you're going to begin to do, and I'm going to show you how. Just hit the start button right there, right now, and act on it. Follow that quiet voice from within that's telling you the way to go. And you and I, we're going to be together every day. If you think those three videos were something, imagine what I could do giving you this every day, every day, every day. Do you know a year from now you need a telescope to look back at where you were when you started this? It's a phenomenal program, and it's offered to you right now. Just hit the start button. You're going to love it.
Hello and welcome back. This is Sandy Gallagher, President and CEO of the Proctor Gallagher Institute, and we have had a great day today. We've dived into a whole bunch of questions, getting to know Bob better. We've talked about purpose, vision, and goals. We've shared tools and tips and strategies, and we've got about an hour left. Now, there's a big blue Facebook share button on your page, so if you have friends that you want to share this with, if you are loving it and you want to share it, press that link and send them our way. Now, we're going to get into some more questions with Bob to get to know Bob even better, and then we've got some additional great strategies to learn. And you know what? Bob is sharing some things today that he's never shared before. There's some things that I hadn't even heard before that made a dramatic impact on his life. And I'm sure he's going to share things that you haven't heard before. And the most wonderful thing is that when you get some of these ideas and you really lock them in, everything in your world changes. It's mind-blowing sometimes, but it happens. Now, Bob, when you first started getting into goals and goal achieving and you started achieving some of these things that you set for yourself, like when you first made that $25,000 we talked about, what did it feel like and how did it impact you?
You know, I one time watched James Cagney being interviewed. James Cagney was a great actor, just one of America's greatest actors. And he never watched his movies. And he said, I never thought it would last. He never thought it would last. When I first started with this, things really started to click. I started to earn a lot of money and everything was, I mean, having more money than I needed was a whole different game for me. And I thought of James Cagney. I was like, not thought of him, but I was like him.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would last. I didn't understand that I was working with universal principles that operate for everyone, everywhere. I don't care if you're in Denmark or in Dundalk, Ontario. I don't care if you're in Asia or in America. When you follow universal laws, it works the same everywhere. See, it doesn't matter whether it's the Russians or the Americans that are putting a rocket into space. They're all following the same laws. How they put the rockets together may be different, but it's the same laws that they're following to get there. The laws are universal, and the laws govern everything that's happening. So, you know, I didn't understand any of this. I was just doing stuff and different than I had done before, and I was winning, and I really never thought it would last. But then I started to get used to it, and I really liked it. And so then, now I'm talking over years, then I wanted to know, well, what is actually happening? And when I started to find out and study the laws and understand how it was happening, that's my whole world really changed. Because then I was more designing what was going to happen. Having no idea how it was going to happen, but I knew it would. Just like Von Braun said, the will to do it. That's all it takes. So, it was quite a different world. And so if you're watching us now and you're getting involved in our program, and the program is ridiculously inexpensive to get involved in, and of course you can go on to more expensive programs where we dig into it in much greater depth and we work together in more intense situations. You can choose to do that, and it'll be available, and is available. But what you're learning is something that you could be learning the first 2-3 months, something that took me 10 years to even start to understand, because there wasn't a formal way of learning this at that time. First of all, personal development as we know it today, it's a relatively new industry. It's only been going for 50 or 60 years. Like, I'm sort of a pioneer in the industry. I find it funny even saying that about myself, but that's really where it is, because I've been at it a long time. And I don't know if there's anybody out there working in our industry like I'm working that has worked at it longer than me.
I don't think there is, yeah. Bob, you've been doing this a long time, studying this for a long time. What are 1 or 2 really concise things that have helped you be so successful that others can do?
Well, first of all, I think what you want to do is start to have a healthy appreciation for who you are. I want you to think of this. I am not Bob Proctor. Bob and Proctor are 2 words. It's my name. This is not me. It's my body. This is not me. It's my hand. You never hear anyone say, am hand, am body, am name. We say, my name, my hand, my body. These are things we have. You and I, we are a soul. We don't have a soul. We are a soul. We are spiritual beings. And as such, we have the power and the knowledge of the universe locked up within us. And all the great avatars, all the great religious leaders, all the great philosophers have all told us to go inside. Be guided from inside. And that's really what we teach people. So get to know who you are. Unfortunately, our educational system doesn't teach us that. It teaches us to look outside. And it teaches us to measure our success by what's going on outside. It's all going on inside. So we have a method of, a process really, more than a method, a process of helping you get to know you better and how to utilize your higher faculties to improve the quality of your life. See, the win is the houses you live in, the cars you drive, the relationships you make, and the health that you enjoy. That's the win in this life now. But there's another win, because if nothing's created or destroyed, that just postulates the theory of life. And I believe when we move out of this life, we move on to the next phase of our eternal journey. Everything we own belongs to somebody else when we die, but what we are is what we have is ours, or what we are is ours forever. And that's a philosophy I operate with. I believe everything once was perfect, and we're returning to a point that once was. Now that goes a little deeper, but we lead you into this. Most people live like minnows in the shallows. They never get out into the deep. Well, we want you to really understand you, and that's what the Proctor Gallagher Institute is really all about. And so I would recommend you hit on the start button, get involved in this. Let me come to you every day with a short message that you can take, and it's an idea that we want you to act on that day. And you're going to find that every day it gets just a little bit better. And I guarantee you do that for the next year. A year from now, you're going to need a telescope to look back and see where you were, because your life will change that much in the next year. And it's a very small investment of time and money for over the year. And we'll be giving you a lot more than you think you're buying. You'll get a lot more than that, because we have decided we're going to load all of the people we serve. We're going to load them down with service. We're going to really focus on helping you become everything you want to become.
So, Bob, for someone that really wants to get out there and make it happen, but something's holding them back, terror barrier or whatever it is,
no, wait a minute,
what's the important first step?
Well, the first thing about is understand that you hold you back. There's nothing outside of you that's holding you back. It's your belief about this is holding you back. Or that's, see, I believed it was my lack of formal education that was holding me back. I believed it was my lack of business experience that was holding me back. It was none of those things that was holding me back. I was holding me back. And as Ray got me involved in studying this, as you start studying what we're teaching, you're going to realize it's you. In the movie, or in the comedy strip Pogo, Pogo said, "We have seen the enemy, and they are us." It's nothing outside, it's you. Be your friend. Be a good friend to yourself.
You know, when it gets tough, most people, they want to just go retreat. They want to go off, you know, and go back to safety. Tell the story of your son, Ray, and the swim team. I love that.
Well,
story.
first of all, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And I tell a story, and it's a true story, about my youngest son, Raymond. My oldest son, Brian, works with us, and he runs a lot of what we're involved in right now. But Raymond was on the swimming team. And I have never made a decision for my kids. Never made a decision for them. Parents making decisions for kids, that weakens the kids. From a very early age, let them make their own decisions, and you can guide them into that. Now, I'll tell you how I did it. Raymond was a pretty big boy, and he was on the swim team in high school. And he was a pretty good swimmer. I went and watched him a couple of times at his meets, and he did very well. And I spoke to the coach, and the coach liked him because he was a good, strong part of the team. Now, I think probably it's much the same in every school. The swim team practice, they train early in the morning. So we'd hear Raymond around 5 o'clock leaving the house, closing the door. And we were still in bed. Well, this went on for a long time, and Ray was a very important part of the team, and the team was a very important part of Ray. Well, one day he came, and you know if you have kids, I always say it's like they're circling the field. You know they're going to land. They're going to lay a big question on you. You're just not quite sure what it's going to be. So I saw Raymond, and I thought he's up to something. He said, finally, "Dad, I'm thinking of quitting the swimming team." I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "What do you think?" I said, "I don't know, right?" "Well," he said, "do you think it'd be okay?" And I said, "I don't know. I'm not on the swimming team. I don't know how important you are to the team or how important the team is to you." I said, "I really can't answer that for you, Ray." "Well," he said, "you must have an opinion." And I said, "Not really." I said, "It would have no value because, you know, I don't really know where you're at or how the coach feels about you or you feel about the coach. I do know the coach likes you. I know you're an important part of the team, and I'm sort of surprised you were thinking of quitting." "Well, yeah," he said, "I was thinking about it." And he said, "You know, when I finish school, the swimming isn't really going to play a part in my future." I said, "That's probably true unless you plan to be a lifeguard or something." Yeah, I said, "I guess it wouldn't make a difference in your future." So he said, "Then you think it's okay?" I said, "Oh, I don't know." I said, "That's a decision you'll have to make." "Well," he said, "I'm thinking of quitting." And I said, "Okay. Okay." So he was leaving, and I could see that he was thinking. I said, "Oh, by the way, Ray," I said, "you're having trouble with this, aren't you?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "You're struggling with this, I can tell." "Well, yeah, I am." "Well," I said, "you're having trouble making the decision to quit. Now," I said, "next time you go to quit something, you'll struggle, but it won't be as hard. And I said, if you keep it up, you're going to get good at it, and then you'll be a real bona fide quitter. But you go ahead. It's your decision, Ray." And oh, well, and he wandered away. He didn't quit, but he made the decision not to quit, not me. You see?
Yeah, he's saying, "Thanks, Dad."
Well, you want to think of that when you go to quit something.
Yeah.
Some people are good quitters.
Yeah.
Doesn't work, they quit. Doesn't work, they quit. You're going to find the people that make it work, they never quit. Quitting is never an option.
Well, talk about that. Talk about that. If you've got a habit of being a quitter, you start something and you're gung-ho, and then you hit that bar and it just knocks you off.
Listen.
How do you keep going?
If you're in the habit of being a quitter, get in the habit of sticking to it. Results that stick. Just make up your mind you're going to make a decision. You are not quitting. It's like He talks about this in the Think and Grow Rich book. He said, you never quit the goal. Quit the plan. Change the plan. But don't change the goal. When you set a target, that's where I'm going. You make up your mind, that's where you're going. You're already there in your mind. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get there. And if one plan doesn't work, try another one. And if it doesn't work, try another one. Quitting is not an option.
Okay, well, let's say someone, they like what you're saying and they want to change that habit, but they just can't make a decision. Talk about how to make a decision.
Well, first of all, you make a decision by asking yourself, is this going to get me to my goal or not? Quitting is not going to get you to your goal, so you've got to rule that out. And when you get involved and you join 6 Minutes to Success, you want to have a reason for joining it. You don't just join it. You want to have a reason. And that might be your reason. I am going to learn not to quit. I'm going to learn to stick with it until I reach the goal. That is my purpose for joining this. Now, you get involved, and every day I'm going to come and I'm going to support you with that decision. You see, you've got to have a reason for learning stuff. You're not gathering information just to gather it. That's what school does. School has us gathering information just to learn it. No. Get information. Like when I read, I will open this anywhere and I'll just start reading. I have a reason for reading. When I pick it up to read it, I don't read it just to read it. I am working on a goal, and I'm looking for a next step to take me towards my goal. Well, use 6 minutes in that way. And that will make certain that you never become a quitter. You're a doer. You're an action-oriented guy. You make it happen. I make things happen. I am very disciplined. When I make a decision, that's a decision. I don't go back.
Now, if you want to take it to the next level, hit start and go find out more about it and get into our 6 Minutes to Success program. We have thousands of people here with us today from all over the world, and so many people are hitting start that the server's gone down twice, but it's all operating great now. So if you hit it before and you didn't get through, hit it again.
Let me add to something you're saying,
sure.
Sandy. You may have a tendency when you go to do something like this to ask somebody, what do you think I should do? That's one of the rules for winning. Quit asking other people. Quit asking them, what do they think you should do? Most of them don't know. Most of the people you're asking don't even think. Remember Earl Nightingale said one time, if most people said what they were thinking, they'd be speechless. Go inside. Do what you want to do. Don't even look sideways. Gather information. You're gathering information now. Ask yourself, do you think this will help you? If you think it will, act on it. Just do it. But quit asking other people what they think you should do. That is one of the great rules. I don't ask anybody what I think. I will gather information, and when I got a strong feeling to do something, I'm on my way. I don't ask my wife. I don't ask my business partner. I don't ask my son. I don't ask you. I ask me, do you really want to do this? Then go for it. And when you really want to do it and you're emotionally involved, go for it. You will attract everything you need. You want to know something? Everybody around you is going to like you better because they're going to respect you. Quit worrying about whether people like you. Quit worrying about whether they think you're doing the right thing. Do you like you? Do you respect you? See, it's not important that other people like you. It's important they respect you, and they will respect you when you're doing what you think you should do. You want to be involved with us? Hit the button and get involved right now. It's such a small little investment of time and money. But I'll tell you this, nobody can take away what we're going to give you. Nobody.
Good point. Okay, we got a great question from Tina Winters. Tina says, are these advanced principles or are they for beginners? I mean, is there something for me in this program if I'm just starting my journey towards success?
You know, Tina, that is a real good question. I remember one time we had a lady in a seminar in Toronto, Chris Sebula. And she had a very good client who was the president of Proctor & Gamble. And she had he in the seminar, and his senior executives. And we had teenagers in the same seminar. Here we had the president and senior executives of one of the largest companies in the world, along with a group of teenagers. Now, there's a few hundred people in that program. Everybody got a lot out of it. It deals with your level of consciousness, Tina. But you know something? If you had young kids, you could get them involved. Everybody would deal with it on their own level. Are they advanced? They sure are. Drummond said, when you read a good book through the second time, you don't get something out of it you didn't see before. You get something out of yourself that wasn't there before. You grow. No, Tina, it's for you. Wherever you are.
That's great. Okay, Glaseed Give Emika has a question. Must you be a leader in order to succeed in life?
No. No. First of all, if you want to be a good leader, you've got to be a good follower. All good leaders first were good followers. Some people are great followers. They become great leaders. They may not move into a position of leadership in a company, but I guarantee you they're leading people because people are going to watch you. Now, it's important that you move in the direction of your dreams. You will lead others, although you may not be in a leadership role per se in an orthodox fashion. But you are going to have other people following you. It's amazing just how far-reaching this goes when you start studying it.
What's one of the most important lessons that you've ever learned on leadership?
Well, the most important lesson, I was reading about it just recently. Bear Bryant, anybody in the southern United States or involved in football knows of Bear Bryant. He just passed away. He was the great coach in Alabama. And he said, whenever there's a mistake made on the team, it's my fault. When something mediocre happens, we did it. When something great happened, they did it.
Yeah, I love that.
That's good leadership. Always give credit to the other person. You don't need the credit. You know. You know inside what you're doing. When you need the credit, you haven't got to the point yet where you know inside. Don't feel bad about needing the credit. Soak it up. Because what you're doing is you're growing up. You're developing a part of you. It's got nothing to do with your age. It has to do with your spiritual growth, your level of awareness. Give the other person the credit. When there's a mistake, you did it. When it wins, they did it.
That's so good. Okay, Jesse Haggard's question is, how long will it take for me to see results after I get started?
You'll begin to see results right away.
What kind of results?
Positive results. See, listen, you've got to be fair with yourself. If you're earning $50,000 a year today, you're not going to start earning $1 million next month. Can you earn $1 million? Absolutely. But you will see growth. If you are super honest with yourself and you start entertaining this information, you'll start to see a growth. You'll start to notice more positive things. You'll start to be aware of more positive stuff that's going on around you because you start to tune in on a positive frequency. See, we think on frequencies. There's positive and negative frequencies. You think on frequencies. Thought energy is cosmic energy. Thought waves penetrate all time and space. If you have a cell phone, it operates on a frequency. Well, your thinking operates on a frequency. So the more you're involved in this, the more of a positive frequency you're on, and you'll start to hear more positive. You start to see the good in more things. You start to see the good in yourself. You'll start to see results right away. And as you set short-term goals to utilize this, you'll start to see results in that right away.
That's good. We've got a great question from Brooke Namath. Brooke says, what is it about this program that'll make it stick? I noticed that's the name. Why will it stick?
It's not the name of the program. The name of the program is 6 Minutes to Results.
To success.
The results stick. It's results that stick. That's where we go, because we're helping you raise your level of consciousness. If I look at Sandy, I'm aware she's a woman. If I look at Marzak here, I'm aware he's a man. You'll say, well, Bob, that's brilliant. Everybody knows that. Everybody does not know that. When I was a baby, I was not aware of the difference in gender. That's something I had to develop. I'm going to tell you something. You will get to a point studying this, when you come in contact with a person, you'll be able to read their energy just like a book. I could tell you, I met Mars today, I could tell you all kinds of things about him. I could shock him with what I know about him. You see, this thing that she's living in is a body. It's a massive energy. It's her body. So her energy. And if you could photograph, if you had the proper camera, if you had Kirlian photography that's perfected by Semyon Kirlian, a Russian back in the 30s, you'd photograph the energy around this body, because there's energy leaving this body. In fact, when she changes the images in her mind, the density and the color of this energy changes. Well, you've got a mental faculty, you can pick that energy up and read it. She has a little bit of right brain, a whole lot of left brain. You know what that tells me? She's got a stubborn streak in her about that wide. She's also got a persistent streak. She says one way, that's the way. Now, every once in a while she moves over on the emotional side, but right back to the other side again. I know this about her. I knew it when I met her. I knew the first thing I saw her. So her personality doesn't shock me. I know what she's like. Now, somebody comes along, you may not be able to see that. You just see a pretty woman. I see much more than that. You know why? I've developed that part of my mind. Now, as you start studying this, you will develop, that's called awareness. I'm aware of what her energy will tell me. You can develop that awareness too.
I love that. You know, I like the fact that she's asking, why do you know the results will stick? Because
you're developing awareness.
And
Awareness is not memory. If I give you a phone number, you could forget the phone number within minutes. If you play with it a little bit, you'd remember it a little longer. You actually have a perfect memory. Jerry Lucas was one time teaching people how to memorize the Bible. We had a psychiatrist over from Saudi Arabia, Abdullah, that was in a week-long program that we're going to be running next month again in Toronto. We do it a couple of times a year. He was teaching people to memorize the Quran. Now, you know, don't say you got a bad memory, you just got a weak memory. It can be strengthened. Well, you've got an intuitive factor, and you can pick up energy and you can develop it. But all this is developing conscious awareness. And you become aware. See, you become aware of how to earn more money. You become aware of how to do less work and earn more. You become aware of how to communicate more effectively. Awareness is not memory. Awareness is not something you lose. I'm aware of a woman. I'm aware of a man. That's awareness. Okay?
Now, Ari has a question, can I enroll tomorrow? And you can enroll tomorrow, but talk about what you always tell everybody.
There is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Why do you want to put things off till tomorrow? You see, you know what it is? You have a paradigm. Your paradigm is your subconscious conditioning. Your paradigm is what's controlling your behavior. You've been putting off winning till tomorrow for a long time. You have a routine that you follow when you get out of bed. That's your paradigm. If you're a sales manager, you would know where all your salespeople, where their sales is going to be for the next 6 months, because there's history, and the history keeps repeating itself, because the paradigm never changes. You can gather more information, but you've got to change the paradigm. This course changes paradigms. That's why it gives you results that stick. The changes are not going to be huge. They're going to be permanent. Put nothing off till tomorrow. Do whatever you want to do now. That is an old habit. Get rid of it.
Talk more about what a paradigm is.
A paradigm is nothing but a multitude of habits that have been programmed into your mind. You're programmed genetically. That's why you look like your relatives. That's why you have the idiosyncrasies that mom and dad have. Maybe you look like your grandparents. That's programmed in. That's genetic conditioning. Stop and ask where you came from. A little bit of energy from mom, a little bit of energy from dad, come swimming along. They fell in love. They resonated. They became one. And then an attractive force was set up inside mom. and 100 or 280 days later, boom, you make your debut on the planet. But all of that energy kept expanding, expanding. It's genetic conditioning. That's what your DNA is. And then when you are born into a particular environment. Your subconscious mind was wide open, and that's where the paradigm was, the genetic conditioning. And then the environmental conditioning was piled on top of that. What language do you speak? Why do you speak that language? You didn't choose to speak that language. You were programmed at a very early age. And depending on where you were born, the number of languages was programmed at a very early age. I had an associate in Kuala Lumpur, a little boy at 4 years old, could speak 4 languages. I was blown away. I'm still trying to learn 1. How about the food you eat? That's all programming. The clothes you wear. If I showed up in a seminar in Los Angeles in a skirt, everybody said, a guy's wearing a skirt. But if I was in Nandi or some other place, maybe it wouldn't be anything for me to wear a skirt. In some climates, some countries, people wear skirts. That's conditioning. That's global paradigm. Culture is conditioning. Well, paradigm is a multitude of habits, and that's why most people never change. 3% of our population earns 97% of all the money that's being earned. The other 97% are stuck. They never understand that the paradigm has got them stuck. They think if they learn, if I read some more books, read the Harvard Library, it's not going to change you. Until you change the paradigm, your results won't change. This program zeroes right in on paradigms. And when you change, it's permanent, baby. Go, hit the button right now. Don't wait until Sandy tells you or where you get the mood to do it. Do it now. You know what I'm telling you is right. I know you know it because it's the truth. And I know when you hear the truth, you'll know it. And I'm going to tell you why. If I had, let's suppose this is a radio, okay? There's music in this room right now. I don't hear it, but there's music in the room. I don't hear it because my ears are not operating on the frequency that the radio is being broadcast on. If I turn the radio on, wham, like that, I hear the music. Why? The receiver picks up the signal from the radio station. It sends it up quite a few times and onto a frequency that my ears are functioning on, and I hear the music. Let's suppose this was a TV, and bang, like that, I could watch a football game that's being played right now. The football game's being played right in the room. I just don't see it. Why? Because my eyes are not operating on the frequency that the broadcast is being sent out on. Now, you have within you perfection. The essence of who you are, the center core of your consciousness is spiritual DNA, and it is perfect. It's got so many, so many old paradigms on top of it, old
virus code.
All kinds of bad programming that the truth never comes out. But the truth resonates with the essence of who you are. When you hear the truth, you'll know it. It resonates with the essence of who you are. It picks it up on that frequency and sends it back on another frequency in consciousness called knowing. When you hear the truth, you just know it. What I'm telling you is the truth about who you are. I've spent my whole adult life studying it. I was so shocked with the difference it made in my life, I had to know why. Why did I change? Bit of a freak in that nature, I had to study it. I had to know it. And then when I learned it, all I wanted to do is teach it. I have taught it all over the world. If you don't know me, it's just because you've never run into my material. Most of my life, I spent working in corporations. I'd go into corporations, transform the corporations. But then with the advent of the internet, I thought, I'm not going to be locked into a company. I'm going to communicate this worldwide. So it's all over the world now. I was invited onto The Secret. I attracted that because that was my goal, to reach the world. The Secret apparently has impacted the lives of 380 million people. So there are as many people in Iran as knows me as there is in Indiana. You've got it now, and you know it's true. Hit the start button and study it every day with me. Guarantee you. If you want to earn millions, I'll show you how. Want to be happier, I'll show you how. Want to be healthier, I'll show you how. Want to develop more meaningful relationships, I'll show you how. Want to build a bigger company, I'll show you how. You know why I know I can do it? Because I'm doing it. It's not a book I read, I'm doing it.
I cannot believe that we are almost time to wrap it up for today. I'm going to share one more question here. Daniel Salazar, 74. He says, hello, Mr. Bob Proctor. I wanted to thank you for helping me with the transformation in my life. I'm having fast results in a short amount of time. Thank you for your knowledge.
And he's 74.
No, well, that's his email. Daniel Salazar, 74.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Maybe he is 74.
We don't know. We don't know.
How
Now,
old would you be, Daniel, if you forgot your age?
that's a good question.
That is a good
How
question.
old would you be?
39.
39.
That's where I stay. That's what Jack Benny was. He was 39.
Ah,
Nobody knows who Jack Benny is anymore.
that's okay. Now, tomorrow's going to be totally different. We're going to be starting at 12 o'clock California time. We're going to go for 6 hours tomorrow, 12 till 6 o'clock California time. And we're going to have all kinds of guests, leaders in the industry. We're going to have Bob on the entire time. We're going to do more questions. It's going to be another great day. Remember to press that blue Facebook tab if you want to share this with your friends, and press that start button. Get to the next level now. Bob, do you have any closing words?
Well, I think, yeah, tomorrow is very important because Sandy and I are doing this every day. We work at it. The people we're going to have on tomorrow are people that we've reached out to, people that have taken this and used it and they're earning millions of dollars, men and women from various parts of the world. You can do this. Do not put this off. Don't wait till tomorrow to do anything. When you get a feeling to do something that you know is going to make you a more complete individual, do it, and do it now. That is so important. I'll tell you one thing. As long as you'll accept it, I'll keep giving it to you. And as long as you keep taking it, we'll keep growing together. I'll help you get what you want. You want to earn a lot of money? I'll show. I'm good at earning money. That's something I'm very good at. But I'm also good at going strong. Don't let your age, don't let your background stop you. Set all the failures aside and say from now on, it's onward and upward. Do it. Don't ask anyone. Don't even look sideways. Do it right now. If you have to borrow the money from your grandmother, I always tell people that because that's where I used to get it. Go and ask Granny. Say, Granny, lend me the money. I got to do this. Granny will do it. You do it.
We got in about another 10 minutes. You know, you don't have to go
what?
ask someone. We have about another 10 minutes, I found out. We're going to extend it a little bit. Tell the story about hit send and the terror barrier.
That's a good story. Well, quite a while I told you a story. I told you that Sandy came and she was studying what we did, and she was a very successful lawyer. To me, she's just a young girl, and you know, she looks a lot younger than she is. And I thought she's, you know, sort of starry-eyed with the information. But then I found out she had graduated from university 25 years ago. She was the #1 banking lawyer in any of the universities, and all of the universities in the United States. Now, when you graduate with grades like that, she had studied in the best universities in America and in the UK, the big law firms want you. She was recruited by one of the top firms on Wall Street in New York. So she had the Wall Street experience. Then she went back to the West Coast and she became a partner in a couple of companies, and she developed her own law practice. And she was internationally known as a banking lawyer. She would merge banks and take banks public and buy and sell banks. She was the top in her business. Very, very successful practice. But she became fascinated with this information. And she would go into boardrooms and she would see banks that were trying to merge, and the CEOs were having difficulty and ego problems. And she got thinking, if they only had this information. So she thought, I'm going to study everything this guy knows, and I'm going to study all his material. And she became a consultant with our company. That's something you could do. We'll teach you how to teach it. And then she decided she was going to, we have a 13-month coaching program. She decided she was going to learn that. So she took the 13-month coaching program. Then she wanted to become a part of the company. And I really studied her. And I really studied what she was doing. And I am not a businessman. I don't like the business side of business. I like the ideas of building. And so I said, listen, I'll make a deal with you. You straighten out a couple of areas that we're having a problem with in our company. We operate all over the world now. You close your law practice. Close it.
Not just monkey with it, close it. And straighten out a couple of things. I will give you half of this company. You will become a partner in the company. That's why it's called Proctor Gallagher Institute today. Well, she told me she would do that. But when you go to make a big move, you run up against a terror barrier. You know, Joseph Campbell said, "The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek." Well, she's thinking, I can do both. I can run this company and my practice. And I thought, well, we'll see how long this little lady thinks she can do that. Because I knew she wasn't going to be able to do it. I knew how demanding this would be. And I knew the other one was demanding. She did it for about 6 months, I think. Was it 6 months?
January till March, or till May. Yeah, 5 months.
5 months. And one day I said, I think it's time you made a decision, Sandy. You put a lot into this, you're going to blow it all. Well, she said, I've got a letter all typed out to 20-some hundred clients. And
2,000.
I said, well, where is it? She says, on my computer. I said, send it. Hit the send button and jump. You'll develop wings on the way down. And she did, and I heard her scream. She hit the send button, and she knew she couldn't take the letter back. She sent them all a letter telling her she was closing her practice. It's scary, doesn't it, wasn't it?
Well, it's scary, and that's what I want to talk about is the terror barrier. It's like, you know, we spent the whole afternoon today talking about all these ideas, and I remember when I was first exposed to it, I mean, my mind was exploding with all the things I could do that were different. But then all of a sudden, it's like I went back to reality, you know, in my mind. My paradigm's telling me, but you're a lawyer. What do you want to get into this industry for? And there are all these reasons, all this self-talk.
When you really want to do something, it's very important. Your paradigm probably doesn't want you to do it. The paradigm controls your emotion. It controls your behavior. It's causing you to do things right now you don't want to do. You know how to do a better job, but you're not doing it. You're doing things you don't want to do, and you're doing them anyway. That is the paradigm. That is the subconscious conditioning. We run programs showing you how that paradigm was formed and how it's changed. And I knew the paradigm was controlling her, but I knew in her heart she really wanted to do this. That is called the terror barrier. And you usually bounce off the terror barrier. On the other side of the terror barrier is freedom. It's the life you want. Everybody's got to go through the terror barrier to do the thing you want to do. The Proctor Gallagher Institute specializes in helping people go through that terror barrier. I want you to think of this for a moment. I want you to imagine that you're a very old man or a very old woman. You're really old. You've had a long life. Your mind is as sharp as a tack, but your body is beat. You may be in a cribbed bed. They put you in that because if you fall out, you'd really hurt yourself badly. And you don't have much control over your body. Or you may be tied in a wheelchair. Your mind is sharp, but the body is shot. Would you want to look back over your life and say, I wonder what would have happened if I had done this? I wonder what would have happened if we had mortgaged the house and started the business. I wonder what would have happened if we had moved to that other city. I wonder what would have happened if I had gone to that country. I wonder what would have happened. If only I could go back and do it over. But you can't, and you know you can't go back. Wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't it be better to be there and relive all those experiences? Relive them all. Even the big losses would be exhilarating. You think, God, we sure believed in that. We really blew it. But did we have a time? Yeah. Wouldn't it be better to go back and relive it all than to think, I wonder what would have happened? Quit wondering what would have happened. Do it. Hit the button, join us, and be out tomorrow again. Take tomorrow off. Sit in, listen to the people that have followed what we taught and how well they're doing. Some of them have built multi-million-dollar businesses following these ideas. And you want to know something? That's what you do. That's what she did. That's what I've been doing now for 50 years. And we want to help you do it. This is the greatest trips that you'll ever go on. The Proctor Gallagher Institute is a virtual company, a phenomenal team of people, and we're here to help you live the life you want to live, but we cannot do it for you. You may say, well, I'll do it next week, or maybe next month, or next year, 5 years from now. Waste all that time? Do it right now. You see, when Ray put this book in my hand, he said Napoleon Hill spent his whole life putting this together. I think it'd be a prudent move on your part if you spent your whole life understanding and applying it. And I have. And I'm going to show you what I learned. You don't have to waste the years that I've spent. I'm going to show you how to get it all in a hurry. That's how we progress. That's how you can progress. Hit that button right now.
You know, one of the greatest things about the 6 Minutes to Success program is that you get this in the comfort of your own home. You get practical steps every single day. You get exercises that you can do. And this impacts every area of your life. If you want a great relationship, this is going to help you. If you want to lose weight, or I should say release weight, and get in the best physical condition of your life, this is going to help you. If you want to make the most money you've ever made, if you want to turn your annual income into your monthly income, this program is going to help you.
And you're going to develop relationships with people from all over the world. We literally operate all over the world. We'll throw up a map.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Can we put the map up tomorrow?
Well, we will, yeah.
We'll put the map up tomorrow. We'll show you where members of 6 Minutes are, all over the world. And you will have an opportunity to work with those people, do things with those people, learn from those people. And they will have the opportunity to learn. You want connections? We'll give you connections.
And every single morning you get a featured video. You're going to have Bob every day except one day a week. I'm going to come on with you, so you're going to have a video every single day. We're going to talk to you about the universal laws. We're going to talk to you about multiple sources of income. We're going to talk to you about why working is the worst way to earn money. We're going to talk about how to improve your health, how to improve your relationships, so much more.
You know, I'm going to end this with a story.
Yeah?
I was on a plane going to Kuala Lumpur from Toronto. I flew from Toronto to Kuala Lumpur every month for 5 years. From Kuala Lumpur to Toronto is 25 hours in the air. If you go any further, you're coming back. On one of the trips, I got thinking. I spent all my time in plane thinking. And I wrote at the top of a pad of paper, 1 with 6 zeros. And I thought, I earned $1 million way back in a year in the 60s. What is so different about earning $1 million? We've written songs about it. We'll say, what would you do if you had $1 million? You know, we fantasize about it. And I'm thinking, then I thought of other people that I knew had earned millions. And I thought, what is so different? And all of a sudden it dawned on me. They don't have one source of income. They have all kinds of sources. And I kept playing with that until I got it down, multiple sources of income, MSI. When I get into Kuala Lumpur, I get off the plane, I phoned Mark Victor Hansen down in Newport Beach. It was the middle of the night when I phoned him. And I said, Mark, I've got an idea. Let's build a big seminar. We'll run it for a week. And we'll teach people to earn $1 million by setting up multiple sources of income. He phoned Jack Canfield. They phoned Lee Poulos up in Vancouver. Then they got a hold of Bernie Dorn. We put together a team of people, and we started something called the $1 Million Forum. And we were showing people how to earn $1 million with ideas through multiple sources of income. That's where Mark and Jack started Chicken Soup for the Soul. Jack and Mark came to me and they said, Proctor, you got lots of stories. Give us some stories. We're going to sell Chicken Soup for the Soul. They earn millions of dollars showing people how to set up multiple sources of income. MSI. I originated on a plane at $35,000 idea. It's an idea that will turn your life around. And if you want to learn how to set up multiple sources, that's not multiple jobs, that's multiple sources of income. We are the place to show you how to do it. That is a great big part of 6 Minutes. If you have no other reason to do it, do that. Become very wealthy and you can do a lot of good. Money's only used for 2 things. One is to make you comfortable, and the more comfortable you are, the more creative you can become. And the other is to extend the service that you render far beyond your own presence. We build a school in Africa every 5 weeks. We build a school in Africa. My goal, a personal one, is to build a school in Africa every day.
I love it.
I love it. We're going to do it. MSIs. Hit
Hit start right now.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you a few more things about what the 6 Minutes to Program, what you get with it. You get a success kit, which is amazing, and it really makes getting started fun and easy, no matter where you are. I don't care how big your goal is. I don't care if you're just starting out on this whole goal-achieving goal, setting idea. It makes it fun and easy. And we want to just give ourselves permission to have fun. And when we give you exercises, do the exercise. Just permit yourself to be as ridiculous as we suggest you be. And these exercises are powerful, and it's all helping you change your habits, change your paradigms, change your habitual way of thinking so that you're continually raising your conscious awareness and achieving more and more in your life. You get the audio MP3s of the daily videos. You get transcripts. All of this, and you're going to keep going back and drawing on them, and it's going to cause it to really sink in. You get a 6-minute workbook. If you really want success fast, the 6-minute goal workbook is inspiring, it's thought-provoking, it's refreshingly challenging. You get a robust video library. I mean, the list goes on of all the things that you get with it. Instant access to Bob Proctor through more than 600 6-minute success videos, searchable by keyword and title. 6 Minutes to Success will be the best decision you've made for improving your life, and it's only $29.97 a month. That's it. And we have a 30-day money-back guarantee. No matter what, 30 days, you're disappointed, dissatisfied, whatever, you get your money back. That's what our refund policy is. So make the decision, press that start button, and also be sure to share this with your friends. We're going to be here all day tomorrow, 12 o'clock California time till 6 o'clock. It's going to be even better than today. We're going to have some really interesting people on tomorrow. I'm not even going to tell you who right now. I'm going to keep it in suspense, but we've got a great day lined up for you tomorrow. So thanks for being here. We've loved having you here with us, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow.